Hello everyone, family especially. How everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing okay. So thank you first of all for giving me the opportunity to shoot this video. Aunt Lucia gave me some great information for the time being. Remember, this is just a first cut. This is not the final episode. So I still got 2 more places to go. I gotta go to Andalusia, Alabama, and I also gotta go to Homerville, Georgia. Those are 2 places that I'm missing. But I was able to capture a couple different places for Rilla, Alabama, Lockhart, and some of the sisters and brothers in her family. Aunt Lucille has a unique story. This first cut is going to start off with an interview that me and Aunt Lucille did. So as we progress through the video, I need you to be patient. Listen to everything that she says and try to take what you can from it. It's a great learning experience. And thank you again for viewing.
My name is Lucie Tyson Williams.
Lucy or Lucille?
Lucie.
Lucy? I thought it was Lucille.
Lucie.
Oh, I thought it was Lucille.
Nuh-uh, Lucie
Oh, okay. Lucy Tyson
Williams.
Miss Williams. Okay. So, question.
Mm-hmm.
Just for the camera purposes, what year you was born?
February the 9th, 1950.
1950. What city and state were you born in?
Andalusia, Alabama.
Andalusia, Alabama. Okay. From Andalusia, Alabama, from what you remember, did you go to, what school did you go to from kindergarten?
We didn't have no kindergarten. We just started at the first grade.
So, did you go to any school, like public school? Name any public school, anything like that?
We went to school in Southside in Andalusia, and we went to school in Lockhart, Alabama.
But let's stay with Andalusia.
Okay.
When you went to Andalusia, what was the name of the elementary school? You remember?
Oh, Lord, no. Back then, they didn't have no name for school, but, it was just Andalusia, Alabama.
So when you got schooling, like, were you in a house? Were you in a building, a church? Where were you at?
No, we was in an old house.
An old house.
Mm-hmm. Very old house.
Now, if we was to go back there, do you think the house is still up, still standing in the same location or no?
It's not there because me and my sister went up there. They done built some kind of factory there.
Okay. So, when you went to that school, who taught? Who was the teacher?
Mr. Fred.
Mr. Fred. Was he kin to the family or?
No. He was just a teacher lived there in Andalusia.
Black guy, white guy?
Black.
Black guy?
Yeah, back then, blacks and white couldn't be in the same building.
So you would get schooling by Mr. Fred, and then get let out. About how long did Mr. Fred teach you?
We went from 8 o'clock until 2 o'clock.
8 to 2? For how long? How many years? That you remember?
We stayed there. I went to school there till I got in the 2nd grade. And then we moved to Georgia.
So about the 2nd grade, you was in Andalusia to about the 2nd grade. And then you moved to
Homerville, Georgia.
So in Andalusia, by that time, how many sisters and brothers that you remember during that time that's from there? Well, first of all, mom and dad, how many sisters and brothers?
Oh, mother had 21 children, 14 girls and 7 boys.
All were they all by the same dad?
Yes.
So mom, dad, how many?
21.
21. And you are number
11.
Number 11 or 21.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the baby?
Sandra Bryant.
Oh, she's the baby. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the oldest would have been how old is she? Is she still?
Well, the oldest one, she dead now. She would be in her. She probably be in her 80s, cause I'm 74.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you say you was in Andalusia until about what age?
Oh, I would say we lived there till I was about 7 when I was 8 when we left Andalusia, because I remember now when we moved from Andalusia, went to Georgia, I started working.
So
Yeah.
So from birth to probably about 8 years old, you was in Andalusia, right?
Mm-hmm.
8 to 9. So if I'm looking at the timeline, you was born in 1950.
50. Mm-hmm.
So you left Andalusia, had been 58.
50. Mm-hmm.
58, that makes 8 years old, or 59.
Mm-hmm.
So by 89 you moved, but your experience at Andalusia about 89, what was it like during school, after school? After you get out of school, around about 3 o'clock, what did you do?
Oh, we had to go home, pull our school clothes off, and we had so much chores. We had to get wood in. We had to carry water in. Cause we didn't have nothing electric.
Mm-hmm.
Cause we didn't even have electric lights. We used kerosene burners.
Okay.
And we had to do our homework, and we had to go out in the field and help Dad.
And what did Dad do in the field?
Oh, Lord Jesus, we did cotton, peanuts, corn.
Hold on, so you pick cotton?
Yes, that's why I can't stand it today.
So you pick cotton, you pick corn.
Mm-hmm.
When you said corn, like corn on the cob?
No, on the stake. You know what the stalk it grow on?
Mm-hmm.
We used to call it break corn.
Yeah.
And that's what we did.
Mm.
And peanuts, Dad already had them plied up, and we had to go up and get a pitchfork and stack it, make a stack of peanuts.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
So peanuts, corn, pick cotton.
Mm-hmm.
What was the worst thing that you thought when you was growing up that you didn't like doing?
Picking cotton.
It was the worst?
Yes, because that was a back breaker.
What you mean?
Some of the corn be real short. But
you said corn or cotton?
Cotton.
Cotton.
Be real short. And you have to bend down and get it. Although I was on the grind, because I ain't too tall now, but that was the worstest ones, the cotton. Because the corn, we would go out there and break the corn and just throw it. It didn't matter because he was going to come behind us anyway.
Oh, okay. And so, like, after that, you all, in the house working. Well, you get out of school, you working and everything. It's like, so, like, what was the time allotted for? What did y'all do for fun?
On Sunday evenings when we got out of church, we just played. We had us a little game called Kick the Can and Hanskers and the Walkers.
Who?
Hanskers and the Walkers.
What's that?
You get in a circle and you get a rag and you go around and around that circle. And when it said drip it and drop it, what person you behind, that's where you drop it, but you run so you can get in their place.
Oh, wow.
If they touch you before you get in their place, you was out. You couldn't play the game no more.
And so that was just sisters and brothers. Any outside kids come over or play or anything like that?
Not much.
So, like, Mr. Fred taught y'all, you said around about the 2nd grade. And then what happened after that? Who taught y'all?
When we moved from Andalusia, we went on to we went to school in Lockhart, Alabama too. before we went to Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
But when we was in Lockhart, a lady named Miss Kitchen. And the name of that school was Lockhart Elementary.
Mm-hmm. But so when you was in Andalusia at that time, so there was no like formal school like what we have now.
Oh no, everybody went to the same school.
Mm-hmm.
And mostly everybody had the same teacher. Everybody was in the same classroom.
Mm.
She
Okay.
just had to teach. Just like when I was in the first grade, then I had some more sisters, in higher grades. But we all were right there in the same classroom.
So what was the oldest sister that you can think of that was in your class? So if you're like 6, you had a sister in the same class that was maybe 12?
Yeah, we had sisters and brothers in the same class.
Maybe about 12?
I remember my sister Bernice was in this, and she was in the highest grade.
Mm.
Her and my brother Charlie Jr.
And they, all y'all was in that.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Fred teaching all of
Mr. Fred. We was in sections now.
Yes.
Like the lower grades was here, and this third and the fifth were there. You just had them in there.
Oh, okay. So from that time, all that happened in Andalusia, Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
So to about 8, where did you move to from there? 8, 9.
Well, we left there, and we moved to a place called Middle Adams.
Middle Adams.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that at? What state?
That's here in Alabama. That's between Florida and Sampson.
Florida and Sampson. What was the name of it again?
Middle Adams Crossroad.
Middle Adams.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what did y'all like? You and your family moved there?
Yeah, we moved there. We stayed to Mr. Middle place about. Ooh.
So hold on. So when you was in Andalusia, y'all worked the field that was your field. You own that field.
No, we were working for. Am I allowed to say the name? White folks.
Yeah, you can say it. Yes.
We were working for a white man. We were living on their farm.
So a white family.
Mm-hmm.
You remember his name?
No, I don't remember his. Cause he had one of something like Stacy. His last name was Stacy. I can't remember his first name.
His last name was Stacy.
Mm-hmm.
And that was where y'all did peanuts, pecans.
Oh yeah, back then.
Well, peanuts, corn, cotton, all that for us. So once, were you born on the land or at a hospital that you know of?
Oh no, I was born in the fireplace at the house we lived in.
Mm-hmm. And where'd y'all live in accordance with? I'm gonna call him Mr. Stacy.
Mm-hmm.
The white guy that you said. I'm gonna call him Mr. Stacy.
Yeah, I'm gonna call him Mr. Stacy.
Okay, so Mr. Stacy, how far did y'all stay from him?
Oh, we stayed a good half a mile.
Half a mile? But was it still on his land? Or
yeah, it was on his land. Because he owned everything over there on the side where we lived there. Because when all them houses wasn't there, that was a field. And that wasn't nothing but just land. Mm-hmm. And we planted a farm out there.
And y'all worked Mr. Stacy's land.
Mm-hmm.
So then after Mr. Stacy's land, where did you go?
We moved to Adam Crossroad.
So do you know why y'all left Mr. Stacy?
Yeah, this man at Adam Crossroad, his name was Miller. And he had came to Andalusia to buy some feed and stuff, and he seen Mr. Stacy. And Mr. Stacy was bragging about the good hands he had. So
good hands as far as y'all working.
Mm-hmm. So Mr. Miller always come up there, and would be talking to Dad, but he couldn't let Mr. Stacy know. But he would talk to Dad, and he find out from Dad, I treat you better if you move on my land. So him and Mr. Miller, Miss Stacy got together. So Miss Stacy sold us to Mr. Miller, and we moved on his land. And we moved on his land. It was the same thing: cotton, peanuts, corn. But at least we did have hogs and to feed and.
So when you was on Mr. Station land, did you feel like it was bad living there?
Oh yeah, it was very bad.
Well, why you say that?
Because mother was working at his working in his house, and mother couldn't go through the front door. She had to go in the back door, but she could cook for him, and clean up and iron all this stuff. And we couldn't socialize. He had children, but we couldn't socialize with them because that was wrong. It was wrong. Black and white didn't mix. The black had their own thing, the white had their own thing.
But he didn't do anything like that you thought was bad besides that.
Oh yeah, he whooped Dad a couple of times.
What you mean whooped him? Like with a switch?
With this whip.
Oh, no, he whipped him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what he whipped him for?
Because Daddy had went to somewhere and he had got drunk and he wasn't able to work that Monday. But we had to work. And then when Daddy come home that Monday night, Mr. Stacy seen Daddy coming in, and he met him down the road, him and his buddies, and they whooped Daddy pretty good with that whip. He told Daddy, you have from Saturday to Sunday to do what you want to do, but on Monday you be here on this job.
But he didn't do anything to the kids that you know of, did you?
Not as I knows of.
But just really the treatment of how he treated your dad. But how was the treatment with your mom?
Well, Mama, how I'm gonna put it. Mama used to come home sometime from work, and she would be sad, and we asked her what's going on, and she'd be saying what he threatened to do to her and all of this, but she said he didn't ever do it.
Threatened to do stuff like what?
Mama say I always told, if I want to sleep with you, I can. If I want you to have babies for me, you have to. And Mother said, she said, Mother just tell her, but he just didn't know. She said, I go to prison. So she said, because he will not touch me. But she didn't have too much to worry about, because his wife, she will always be right up on the mama. Because she claimed she didn't know how to, see after little babies, because she had babies.
The wife.
The wife. And she would always be right up on the mama. Say she was trying to learn how to, do the baby. But Mama said she found out why she was doing that, because the first people lived it there, he had children by one of those girls. So it wasn't just us going through, it was more than us. But
it was other families.
Oh yeah.
So it wasn't just y'all that was working the land. It was other families.
It was other families.
Oh, interesting. But so after all that time, of course, Mr. Stacy and Mr. Miller worked out a deal.
Yeah.
And then y'all went to what part of Alabama again?
It was right down in between Florida and Sampson. The name was Adam Crossroad.
Adam Crossroad, yes. Adam Crossroad. And that's where y'all worked with Mr. Miller. And y'all did the same thing.
Yeah.
So how did Mr. Miller treat y'all? Did he treat y'all
well, better? We liked him because we worked hard, and on the weekend he would give us this big wiener roast. At that time that was proper. To give children a wiener roast. We had chance to put the weenies on the stick and hold them over the fire. We liked him. He was a real good man. He was
he
really,
married? Kids?
yeah. He was married to Miss Loney. She was a school teacher.
Miss who?
Lona, and they had two children. The boy, one was named Tim, and one was named Mickey.
Tim and Nikki.
Mickey.
Mickey.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you only had 2 kids. Did y'all interact with them?
Oh yeah, we played together.
Oh.
They was much different peoples, but we still had to work hard though. And
So when y'all worked, did Tim and Mickey? Well, did they help? Did they?
oh yeah, when we be out there, he had them right out there with us.
Okay.
You know, he had us out there with us. Now I have to tell the truth, but they didn't have to do what we did. You know, but they was out there working.
Oh.
But we couldn't drink out the same bucket with the water in it.
What you mean the same bucket with the water?
You know.
So did y'all pull the water from the well? Same thing.
Well, yeah, we'll go draw the water out the well, but we had to put ours in one bucket and put theirs in another one. And we couldn't drink out of theirs. They couldn't drink out of ours. They had some rules, you know, and we wasn't allowed to walk to school. We walked to school, but his mother carried them to school. But we walked from Adam Cross Road to Lockhart, Alabama, to school. That was a long way, but
to Lockhart.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the distance from that.
That's a long distance, pretty good distance. But at that time, it didn't seem like it is now, because we didn't have highways. We had dirt roads. And it was a lot of like since they made the highways, you know, it takes you longer. But when they had the dirt road, it looked like we just went straight through.
Yeah.
But we did good there. But when we moved to, we worked there. We worked for Mr. Miller. That's where my brother Red lost his hand at. We were working there, cutting wood and stuff.
How Uncle Red lose his hand?
Him and Junior was my oldest brother. They went to get some wood, and Junior was cutting the wood. And you know, back then you lay it on the block, and Red had it on the block, and the wood slipped and fell, and Red reached across to pick it up, and Junior was coming down with the axe, so he couldn't stop it. So it cut his hand off. Just cut the hand off.
Yeah.
And Red was what? Red was about 9. Yeah, about 9. But Mama always had insurance on us, and we thought we were rich. Red losing his hand, Mama got $3,300, and we thought that was a lot of money. But back then, it was a lot of money. And Mama was so good, she just pulled the money out on the bed and let us play in it, because we had never seen it.
So when Uncle Red lost his hand, like, did you go to the hospital? Y'all took
him to
the
hospital, went to the hospital in Geneva, Alabama.
Sewed him up.
Yeah. And getting blood and everything.
So y'all stayed in like you said, Adams Crossing for a little bit with the Millers, and then where'd you go from there?
Well, we moved from there and went to Homersville, Georgia.
So what took y'all to Homersville, Georgia?
Well, a man from over there come over here and what they call stealing us from Mr. Miller.
What do you mean stealing you from Mr. Miller?
At nighttime, he would come over there. He had a truck, and we load all our stuff on this man's truck, and we left during the night. So Mr. Miller didn't know where we was.
So he never knew?
He looked it for us, but he didn't never know where we was.
So hold on. Who came and got y'all on the truck? What was his name?
Mr. Finley. I can't think his name. I know his name, but I can't pronounce it. Calkin. His name was Calkin.
Calkin? Like, hold on. Calkin, black dude came and got y'all, right?
No, the white man.
So
The man what wanted us to live on his place.
came down
He
to.
stole us one. No, I never will forget that. He come down and stole us one Friday night. Cause I remember Miss Maloney, she was a teacher, and that Friday night she had this big event at they school. So every time she had an event, Mr. Middle would always go with her. And so when they was out at the event, the man come over and stole us.
So y'all met up at an event, kind of like.
Now he come to the house.
Yeah, but y'all. So he must have saw y'all somewhere at an event, like he was traveling through.
Him and my daddy was communicating.
Oh.
We didn't know it, but Daddy would go off, cause Mr. Miller, Daddy could go off and stay long as he wanted. Mr. Miller didn't say nothing, cause he know we were gonna gather that crop. He knew we were gonna get that crop in, and Daddy would go off and be gone weeks at a time, and that's where our daddy was over there at that time, working for the man, and we didn't know it.
So truth be told, not truth be told, it's just an expression. So just maybe your dad and Mr. Cochran worked out a deal.
That's what it did. But Daddy didn't tell us.
Yes,
cause I guess he felt like we were gonna slip it out, and Mr. Miller was here.
Yeah,
Mr. Buddy was here, but he stole us, and we went. Looked like we weren't gonna never get to Georgia.
Yeah,
but we always on the back of a truck covered up.
So this had to been like when you was like 8 or 9 at the time when it took you. So that was like in 58 or 59 or something like that.
It was because that's when Mama had that's right out of Mother had Lily Bell.
Oh,
did I mess up with my water?
I'm just checking. All right, repeat what you said again. You said you thought it was what?
It was weird, this white man could buy us from this white man, and when you moved to this white man camp, had to be a camp, cause them houses we were living in, they didn't have windows. Window panes. We had wooden windows.
Yeah.
You hook them on the inside, that anybody could snatch it over. And every house we moved in looked like the kitchen was on the back porch. You had to go out the house, go on the back porch, and then go in the kitchen. And that was weird, because I remember
that's in Georgia. When you got to Georgia, all the houses were like that.
Every house we lived in was like that. And you could set up in the house and look under the house. It was holes in the floor.
In the floor.
And every house we stayed in had a fireplace. We didn't. It was to me. That's why I tell my grandchildren now, y'all got it made.
Well, hold on. But to you could, like, at that age, you didn't think anything of it.
Yes, I did.
You thought it was bad?
Yeah, we all thought it was bad. Us children used to get together and talk about it. Why Daddy got us living like this? We thought Daddy was just doing us like this, cause the other children they wasn't living like we were living. We thought they wasn't, but they were. But their parents, it was enough for them grown ones, so the other children didn't have to do what we had to do.
So I do want to go back a little bit. When you talk about Fred, teaching y'all how to read and all that other type of stuff, they had to go to about the 2nd grade, and then you went to Lockhart. So what is the highest level of education?
Oh no, in Alabama, in Andalusia, it was from the 1st grade through the 12th grade in the same classroom. Yeah. And one school, you had the whole 12 years.
Right there.
It wasn't no such thing
as going from elementary to middle school, middle school to high school.
We didn't start doing that till we moved on Mr. Buddy place. And I remember good when Bernice they had to go to Andalusia to a high school, but we went to Lockhart to the elementary school.
So did you like graduate?
Oh no, oh
Consider.
no, because when we moved to Georgia, us girls couldn't go back to school
Mm,
because it wasn't no law then to make you go to school. I finished the third grade.
mm. That
Hmm.
you remember third grade.
Third grade.
Third grade.
Cause I remember good. Cause when we moved to Homerville, Dad didn't have a 7 boys. The rest of us was girls.
Mm-hmm.
So us oldest girls had to work. Cause when we moved over there, our brothers they stayed there with us now. But my oldest brother, we had to slip him out from over there because he almost killed the white man's son. Cause they,
Had a falling out
no,
argument.
no, the boy was trying to force himself off on one of us girls.
Oh.
I ain't gonna call the girl name. Nah, I ain't gonna call her name.
Your sister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my brother, she was hollering and my brother seen it, so he almost killed the boy.
Mm.
And so Dad and them had to slip my brother out back in that time it was a train go through called the Red Rooster. So when the Red Rooster stopped, then my dad and them we put my brother on the train and he wind up back over here. And he stayed over here all the time.
So about like you said, so going back to the 89, you in Homerville, Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what did y'all do for pastime? Like, what? I understand that you work, but in Georgia, did you do the same thing in Alabama? Did y'all pick cotton and all that stuff? But it was
Oh no,
different.
and we moved to Georgia. It was worse than it was when we were picking cotton. We had to dip telling time. A lot of folks don't know what that is.
I've never heard of it.
Oh really? It's where you put two pieces of tin on a pine tree, and then you got to scrape that pine tree. Let that telling time run in that cup. Then we had to go through the woods and dip it out the cup into a bucket, and then from the bucket to a barrel. And oh, you talking about sticky? It was so sticky. But the only way you can get that Tim time off of you was with Tim time. Kerosene.
Kerosene?
Mm-hmm. You had to whirl yourself in kerosene for you.
Like flammable kerosene.
Yeah.
Like the stuff that burns.
Yeah.
To get
that Tim time off of you.
So y'all did that, and what else for work?
Pick tongue guard, and we pulled tongue guards, and that's how I was over there to do. Oh yeah, we picked tobacco. You know they had this big tobacco farm, and we picked tobacco.
Mm-hmm. And y'all did that until
we did that on a Saturday and Sunday, so we have a little money. You know, because when we moved over there, our oldest brothers and sisters, they had their own house. And we would do that, and when Mama would let us go stay with them, so we had a little money, we could buy us a drink or cookie or something like that. Mm-hmm.
So that whole time in Georgia, when did y'all leave Georgia though? What age did you?
Oh, when we moved from Georgia back over to Alabama, I had Regina and Lavonna.
No, but okay, but so 89, you in Georgia. Mm-hmm. So what age do you remember leaving Georgia to go back to Alabama? What age were you at?
14.
14? And what made y'all leave Georgia?
My daddy brother told Dad that he had found him a house over here in Alabama.
What part of Alabama?
Florella. Mm-hmm. And Daddy moved over. He come over here and got a job and went to working. Then 2 weeks later, he come back over there and got Mama and some of the children. He couldn't cast all at one time.
Because some was young enough, but you had brothers and sisters old enough that lived in Georgia and just stayed with them.
No, we had to stay in the house that we were living in when to my dad to come. But my sister didn't know we was out there.
So that was Mr. Cochran that had took y'all there. Whatever we were gonna call him, Mr. Cochran. So some of y'all left to go to Florella, and some
Yeah.
stayed with Mr. Cochran.
Yeah, but we didn't have to work. We didn't have
Come on,
to.
when you went to Florella, you didn't have to work.
No, when Daddy moved when Daddy brought some of them over here, we didn't have to dip till time because
okay.
at that time the season wasn't going. You know,
So it's a seasonal thing.
Well, see, through the winter time,
Mm-hmm.
you still work with the term time, but you know you had to go in a field and find the trees and all that. But see, we didn't do that. That was what Daddy would do. Daddy would always go look at the field, the trees, to see what side we wanted to work on. But Daddy wasn't there, so we didn't have to do that. And Daddy had come over here, and my sister Bernice, she lived there in home.
When you say over here, you mean Florella?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And my sister Bernice, she lived it in Homerville, but she didn't know Dad and them had left us out there. Oh. We were way out in the country, way out in the woods. And when she found that Dad had left us out there, Dad was coming back at us. We was out there about a month before she even knew it. And the funniest thing, I already had Regina.
So how Regina is your oldest?
Yeah.
And
right, that's her oldest daughter.
Oh, Regina, yes. So, how old were you when you had Regina?
I got raped, and I got raped, and I had Regina. I had Arthur Higgins. I had 5 children. Arthur was my oldest child.
So you got Arthur. Who else?
Regina, Lavonda, Dara, and Mary.
Where's Arthur?
He died. He was 6 months old when he died. At that time, he wasn't no medicine for the yellow jaundice. And he had yellow jaundice and he died.
So, Arthur, do you know who Arthur's father was?
No, I was raped. I don't know.
You don't know? Do you know who the rapist was, or where he come from?
I'm not allowed to speak that. That was an oath. I'm not allowed to call that man's name.
Oh, okay. So what about Lavonda?
Oh, I wasn't raped with Lavonda because Lavonda and Gina got the same daddy. But that's the weirdest thing, cause when I had Regina.
So hold on. Yes, what age you had Regina?
I just had turned. I was pregnant with Regina when I was 12.
When you was 12. So the rape had happened before you was 12.
Oh yeah, I got raped when I was 9.
9. So, at what age would you have had Arthur?
If I had Arthur when I just turned 10. Cause see, I turned 10 in February and Arthur was born in March.
And then Regina at 14.
I got pregnant with Regina
when about 13, rolling into 14. Then you had her 14.
Then I had Lavonda. I was 15.
15. So Lavonda and Regina both
a year apart.
Yes, born in
Homerville,
Georgia. Oh, okay. And then, so coming to that age, you said about 15, right? You go to Florella. How did you get to Florella?
My dad and I can't think of this man's name, but he dead and gone now. But he come over here and got us on a station wagon. Cause when Daddy left, it was me, Shine, my brother Peter. Yeah. And my sister Bernita. He left 4 of us in Georgia. Mm. So this man come brought Dad over there to get us, and Daddy told me, "Now, Gal, what you do now? You act like you love this man. Now look, now I'm just 15.
Love what man?
The man what come over there to get us.
While you was in Georgia?
Yeah, when they got over there,
Okay.
my dad told me, he said, you just made like you I fell in love with him. That way we ain't got to worry about the gas to get back home. Mm. Now I'm just 15. I already got 2 little children. And I told Dad, I said, I can't do that. I said, I don't even know this man. This a old behind man, like that.
So, well, let me ask this question. I told you. So here's what. Let me make sure, because here's where the tough questions I was going to ask you. Mm-hmm. Regina and Lavonda, the fathers, still alive?
Oh yeah, they father live in Jacksonville, Florida.
So like, was the sex with you all consensual? Like agreed
Not
upon?
not really, cause I didn't want to. After I got raped, I really was scared of men. Mm-hmm. So I didn't want to have nothing to do with another man. I was just, but Regina and them daddy, when he come out there, he always get Daddy some money. So Daddy felt like, well, he paying me for you, so you gonna be with this man. Mm-hmm. It was most like you had to have this relationship with this man whether you wanted to or not. Mm.
So Dad kind of coached you into having sex, making you have
sex.
Sex.
Yeah. But now, in 1960, let's see, 1961, I believe it was. I want to say it was 1961. That's when you can cut this out now. You ain't got to put this on there. And the main thing.
So I'm gonna switch a little bit. Understanding all that stuff that you've been, you're getting to the point now where you can tell your story. Mm-hmm. What makes you want to tell your story so people can understand it, so they don't have to go through it? No, or better yet, what advice would you give to your younger generation, knowing the fact that you've been through that, so they don't have to go through?
I tell them all the time. Like now, I still tell the young parents and all other parents, don't trust your child with anybody. The main person you think won't harm your child, they will. People put on a front, but in their heart, they telling you one thing, but they thinking about another thing. Mm-hmm. That's why I used to tell Mary all the time, don't trust your children with these different men, because each one of her children got different parents. Don't trust them with these men, because you don't know what a man thinking about.
Yeah, but like if you're dating someone, eventually you're going to have to make that situation uncomfortable by trusting your kids. You're gonna have to do it, especially if you're dating that person, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you could. That's different, because if just say you dating me, mm-hmm. I trust you, so I would trust you with my child. Because if you say you love me, you love my child, but you love him a different respect than you do me. Mm-hmm. And to me, you should know. I'm praying I'm gonna be in this child's life, so I want me and her to have a good relationship. Mm-hmm. Well, back then in the days, relationships didn't make means no different. Mm-hmm. They didn't care about relationships.
The men didn't.
Men's didn't, mm-hmm. Because if you was at home, whether you wanted me to or not, I'm gonna do what I want to do.
What do you think the men care about back in your day?
None but sex.
Yeah. That was their main focus.
That was their focus.
But they
They
still
worked and they just wasn't satisfied with what they had.
and wanted more.
And they wanted more. But you don't have to be like that. Because when you marry, you should see everything you need is in your wife.
Yeah. And as you sitting here today, you can tell that's not healthy for you.
Oh, right. It's not.
It played a heavy toll.
Toll on your mind.
Yes, on your mind as a woman.
On my mind. It played a big toll on my mind.
And honestly, a lot of men kind of don't know how to recognize that.
Well, that's true.
Don't know how to recognize that.
That's true.
You know, so it's like it's something to be taken in consideration.
Yeah, you're right there.
You know,
you're very.
So the question is that the question that we all should sit up and ask is, how do we teach that? How do we teach that into our men? Not just our men. How do we teach our women to make sure that they know how to pick that right
partner? That's right. That's right. Because sometimes we just a woman, she see a man, oh, he looks so fine and this, but you don't know nothing about him. That looks can be receiving.
Yeah. There's a saying. There's a saying that I've heard. You know, just because I like you don't mean I should date you.
Right. That's
just because you look good,
that don't mean
you should be good for me.
That's it.
You know, there's a whole character thing. Do your character look good? Do your heart look good?
That's right. That's what you have to go by.
Yeah.
But back then, it didn't matter. You know, I guess I used to say, in those days, the men didn't have the freedom that they have now.
What you mean? They didn't have the freedom?
You know, it was just so much they could do. Just say for instance, if you feel like going down there sitting at a restaurant with nothing but white folks, you could do that.
Yeah. Okay.
But we couldn't. I mean, those men couldn't. And just say, you working. If you want to talk to this white woman, you know, just say, you know, not dating or nothing, but if you just want to talk to her, you know, how your day going and all that, you could do it. But
I can do it.
Yeah.
Now, they can.
They couldn't do it.
So they was just a workforce. Your job was just to work. That's it.
That's it.
And work for who though?
Work for they call them the master.
Work for the man.
They call it the master back there.
So just from your perspective, what I'm learning is that, you know, black men was very limited on what they could and couldn't do.
Very limited.
So they was more confined to certain.
Cause seemed like to me back that then, the men's didn't have say so over their families. Cause if Mr. John wanted to go with your daughter, he could do it.
Who now, Mr. John being black? Mr.
White
John
man.
What you mean go with him? Like if I wanted to have sex with
you could do it, and I wasn't nothing I could do about it.
What about me as a father? I could say no, right? As a black father to my kids, and that white man came and said,
"Oh, you could say no, but it wouldn't have did no good. It wouldn't have did no good because they still want to do what they wanted to do."
Have you've heard cases or?
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't know if when I say heard, like sisters and brothers, or like who have you know experienced something like that during your time?
Oh, we have experienced it. Us girls.
Oh.
Just say we was in Georgia. This white man. I don't like to use that word.
Yeah, we know what we're talking about. Yeah, he's a white man at the time. Yes.
Yeah, he come out bowling. He told Daddy. He say, you got one daughter here. I'm gonna have. Daddy say, you better not about touching that one of my daughters. He said, I could go with every one of them, and ain't nothing you could do about it. Said, because you know why? We can hang you right now. See, They believed in hanging black men then, and they believed in tying them to the back of their trucks and dragging them. Tie them to the back of the wagon and dragging them. You know, it was just how they wanted to do it. That's what they did. Mm-hmm. And right to the day, I don't trust them. I mean, I like them.
Well, times have changed.
I know it, but I be wanting to be. I do try to be nice to them now.
Yeah.
But then, sometime deep down inside, I look at them,
and you can feel something.
Yeah.
You can feel what you have experienced.
Yeah.
Within sometimes the way you look at other white people.
Right. That's why. Excuse me. Like when these pictures come on TV about racing, I can't. I can't. I start watching it, but I have to walk out the room. Cause when you go to showing it, then it do bring back a little memories, you know.
Yeah.
And I can't do it.
Well, some of the things is like, you know, just for the sake of this, is just us discussing. Like this video that we're doing, it can be traumatizing.
Yeah.
You know, because it's bringing back old memories to you or just to anybody else that's in the family that's watching it. Same thing like that. But for the people who haven't experienced it, we need to be educated on it.
That's right.
To know what it looks like, so we know how to better get ahead of it, how to teach it, how to put in prevention methods to ensure that it don't happen. Because like talking to you within this story, I'm gonna be honest, and I'm gonna lead this part in. You know, like to you, Uncle Jarvis, and even to my grandmother, you know, I always had a positive relationship with you. You know, but I did, but I didn't. The only reason I say that is because, like, between Uncle Jarvis and the rest of it, I didn't like how I saw the relationship. But then again, my schooling and my education and my bring up was different than yours. So me to look back on it, I didn't like how y'all relationship was. I didn't like how a lot of other people's relationship was. But it wasn't until I got educated on your story, my grandmother's story, and that life experience shaped what y'all put into place. And now I can like, I understand. I don't agree with necessarily all the treatment, but I understand that's all what you knew.
Yeah, right.
That's all what you was taught. That was, like you said, as the men, they can only go so far. So they did only what they knew how to do. And they weren't allowed to do no other way. So I understand that. It helps me. It helped put peace around a lot of stuff the way I understand things. And it's kind of like what I'm doing now. It's like why I like to capture what you've been through, get your story, and let other people know what your story is. Because I think it's a story that, you know, a lot of people that was born in the 50s, the 60s, 50s, grew up in the 50s, 60s, the 70s, they die with these stories.
Oh yeah, they keep them on.
And us as kids, we can't process why the treatment was treated like that. And the mere fact that you tell the story, but like you said, you're able to tell the story now because you prayed about it.
Yeah.
You prayed about it, and the good Lord Jesus said, talk it out.
Talk it out. That's what he say. Talk it out.
Talk it out.
And your experience may help someone else.
And it helped me. It helped me get an understanding, like, especially as a man. I understand my treatment as a woman and how it can have a significant psychological trauma on you all.
Oh yeah.
It has taught me that talking to women. But it's a learning curve, and I'm telling you specifically is like, you know, it's one of those things, like you said, God is working through you to get to me, and I can greatly appreciate that you're telling the story, and I'm hoping that everybody else can get the same level of understanding and education the same way. So I'm telling you, I'm greatly honored to sit up here and talk to you, and I'm greatly thankful.
And you know, even when Giles and I was married, I would laugh, but it wouldn't be real. You know, how will I put this? Some things with Giles and I trusted him, and some things I didn't, because he had did so much things. Don't get me wrong now. He was a good provider now. He did now. He provide food for us now.
But typical men provide and feel like they can go do what they want.
Yeah. And but some things I trusted him, and some things I was scared to trust him. And I learned I was scared to trust him because I had been hurt by a man, and I was scared to put all my trust in a man, which we shouldn't put all our trust in a man. No way.
Put all your trust in God.
That's it. That's it. But during that time, I wasn't wise enough to see that. But see, the older you get, the wiser you get, and you get more knowledge.
But like I said before, you all keeping all that knowledge, and I don't wish anything on nobody, but dying with all that knowledge doesn't help another generation.
Right. And I say, yeah, I tell this story because I pray this next generation will be different from my generation. And I pray that my family can understand where I'm coming through. Because I'm going to tell you now, here's more than me in my family went through this. But if you don't talk about it, you're going to always keep it in your head.
You end up dying with it. And those stories go untold.
Yeah.
And people think, oh, all this stuff happens in the 1800s or the 1700s. But we're talking about 1960.
Yeah.
1950. Thousands of people are still alive today.
Yeah, thousands.
Maybe even millions.
Right.
And we necessarily don't know what's going on.
And you know what? I learned a few years ago. I'm trying to think where this place is. Is it Cairo, Georgia? I'm trying to think where it's at. I know in one spot in Mississippi is like this. They still got slaves, but they can't. They don't talk about it because you know, slaves supposed to be over. But some people still living like that though. Some people still living without an inside bathroom. It's hard to think, but it's the truth. It's the truth. And I know a lot of folks like that, but you know, I just pray because I know they live in a hard shift. Because it was just hard back then, David.
So we're talking about everything that you encompass. We're talking about known trauma that you had and how, like, dealing with it. Is it just something that you kept in your head? Did you ever you felt like a safe place where you can communicate this and not feel like somebody can judge you or laugh you, think less of you? You know, let's say 20, 30, as you're 20 years old, 30 years old, or even as a teenager. Did you feel like you had anybody that you can talk it out, even as sisters and brothers?
I had one sister I talked to about it. And I quit talking to her about it because the same thing was happening to her. But when I would tell her, she always said, well, just keep your mouth shut. Just keep your mouth shut. And that wasn't helping me.
So let me ask you: did it ever go through your mind what made men do this to us?
I would it went through my mind several times. Why would you do us like this when you got, we yours,
Yeah.
we your blood? Why would you want to do us like this? But and then we had a friend I related to, cause she said she went through the same thing, but she said hers was different,
Mm.
cause she had 9 children from him.
Did you ever? You said you had dreams, nightmares about it.
Oh yeah, I used to couldn't even shut my eyes. I'm serious. I used to couldn't shut my eyes, cause when I shut my eye, looked like it was happening, and like the psychiatrist tell me now, that's because that traumatized me. That just it really put a scar there.
Mm-hmm.
And then see, every time it would freshen up, cause just think, I done lost everything I got. My house done burned down. I done lost everything I got. My daddy got a 3-bedroom house. Ain't nobody in it but him. I go to him and ask him, can we stay just one night? And he gonna tell me no, he ain't have no room. And then my sister gonna come there and say, well, daddy, me and my husband and children come to stay tonight. Come on in here, gal. You know where the bed's at. That hurted me. Because she had a house. But he didn't want me in his house. He didn't want me I said he was still mad with me because I told mother. And when I told mother what took place, mother was still standing there, but they wasn't having a marriage.
They was married, but they wasn't in a positive relationship.
Right. And mother couldn't trust her, And when she started going somewhere, she started carrying us with her. And like church or to the store or whatever, she didn't ever leave us no more.
So let me ask you, if you having all these dreams and all these things, back in your time, besides family members, where do you go to seek any type of help?
Nowhere. Just cry, stay home, cry, hate myself, felt nasty.
So, okay, so fast forward a little bit. So when would you say the first time that you started getting help for, like a therapist, psychiatrist?
In 2001.
2001? What made you go see that psychiatrist?
Because I clicked. I was in there cooking. Instead of me putting grease in the frying pan, I filled the frying pan full of vinegar and was frying my chicken in vinegar. And if Mary and Joe and them hadn't been there, I'd have got burned up. But it just clicked. I mean, my mind just clicked. And one day, all of them Joe went to work, Mary then went to school, and I called Mary at school and told her I need her now. And at that time, Mary, they always have accounts at school. And Mary got me and carried me to her counsel.
At her school?
At her school.
Oh, wow.
And then I was torn. I'm serious. I was torn. And she got in touch with this place in the Funiate. And they told Mary to bring me right on down there. Mary got her dad and they carried me on down there. And they talked to me and everything, but they wanted to send me right on the folk wall to put me in the not a mental place. Yeah. They wanted to put me in there. And Dad told them, sir, well, make sure you put in a room for she'll have 2 beds because I'm not going to leave her. But they say, you can't be with her. He said, well, she ain't going. So we'll battle this out at home. And so Java carried me on back home. And at that time I couldn't sleep. If you wasn't in there with me, I couldn't sleep. And Javas and them girls took turns getting in the bed with me just so I could get a little sleep. But then sometime when I shut my eyes, this little old bitty people with these big old brown hats would come out. And when they come out, I just went in a rage. I've been through it, David. My brains have been through so much. So I think that's a lot why I can't focus on one thing. I can't focus on one thing. That's sad, ain't it?
Well, it's sad that you had to go through that. It's sad that you had to go through that.
And I learned this though. Sometimes girls go through it hurt some worse than it do the other one. Mm-hmm. The other ones just could pick up their life and go on, but some can't.
Yeah, everybody's different.
Mm-hmm. So I reckon I'm the one got stuck. I can't. It was hard for me to go on with my life.
So what made you be able to like today, 2024, we're talking about it. What made you be able to talk about it in 2024?
Because I was praying and I was talking to God, and I told him I just need help. And I told him that what I was going through, man couldn't do it. Even the only one could do it. And look like he told me just the plain as day, you talk about it. The more you talk about it, the less stress you have. And I remember getting up, and Mary, that was on the weekend, and I told Mary, I said, Mary, I gotta talk. She said, okay, let's talk. I'm crying and she crying, because that was the first time she really knew what kind of life I had. Mm-hmm. And when I opened up to her, and then when Darren come home from the service, and lately when he be coming up, it was during the last Christmas, not this Christmas past, but last Christmas, he come up and I said, Darren, I got to talk. He said, well, go ahead, Mama. So I was just telling him what was going on with me. He was crying, he got mad. He said, why you didn't tell me this before they passed? I said, cause I couldn't talk about it. And he gave me some good advice. He the one really helped me to go through this psychiatrist I'm going through now. Okay. Cause he called and set up everything. He explained to him what was what. And then the woman told him, say, yes, she do need help. And
so, well, let me make a point. So listen to what you're saying. All the trauma, but you're still able to somehow be, as a woman, a black woman, you're able to be a spouse, a mother. Mm-hmm. All these things that encompass of being a woman, you had to endure, but you still, continue to push on. Honestly, that's amazing. That's an amazing story.
But see, I wasn't happy inside.
I can understand.
When people would talk and stuff be funny, I would do these fake laughs. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't a real laugh. And I was just fake. I was just a fake person. Because I didn't want people to see me for who what I had been through. I wanted to be one that had everything easy and smooth. In other words, I wanted to fit in with the crowd. And I was scared that people knew my story, they would push me aside. Because they would say, well, she nasty, And some kind of way I just kept it within myself. But now, sometimes like we talking about it now, I get full, but
Full far as in a negative way or a good way?
it make me just want to cry.
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy to talk about your past. I mean, it's easy, but some of the things you went through, you don't want to bring them up. But to me, if I let people know what I went through, maybe, and I pray that they don't go through the same thing.
Mm. Basically, like you're saying, you telling your stories, hopefully, educate somebody else.
Yeah, here to help somebody else,
Okay,
and dad and mama didn't like us.
hold on, real quick. You said mom. What was your mom's name?
Lily Mae Tyson.
Lily Mae Tyson. That was your mom's name.
Mm-hmm.
So Miss Lily Mae Tyson.
And her maiden name was Williams.
Williams.
Mm-hmm.
She was born in 1918.
Mm-hmm. And she was born in Fairhope, Alabama.
Where?
Fairhope, Alabama.
Fairhope?
She's down there by Mobile.
Fairhope, Alabama. That was where your mama was born.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. So, when your mom and you, do you remember your grandmother?
Oh yeah, my mama's mama.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That woman knows she loved it me.
Mm.
She loved it me so much. Because she used to keep me sometime. And she used to come stay with us. And I was her queen. I was high yellow.
Mm. That's what she called it.
And she always said I was there spit a mother.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, what was your grandma's name? You remember?
Cora Williams.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
She was a Williams too, huh?
Yeah, my mama.
So you never had to change your last name?
Not really. I had to change it from Tyson.
Oh, okay.
Mama married a Tyson.
Okay. You married Uncle John was married to Williams.
Mm-hmm.
So your maiden name was
Williams.
No, your maiden name before you got married to Williams was Lucie
Tyson.
Mm-hmm. And then you got married to a Williams, which made you Miss Lucie Williams.
Right.
Miss Lucie
Williams. I was just finna correct you. Now, why that Lucille come in there? That's what Daddy would call me, Lucille.
Oh,
Daddy put that seal on there.
Because from what I always thought that Lucille
was my name.
Was your name? Lucie was the nickname.
Lucy is the real name. And Dad started calling me Lucille, and then everybody started calling me Lucille.
Yeah. So a little bit about your mother. So you, like I said, through your mom, she had 21 kids. You were number 11. So what do you remember your mom doing as for work?
She really, mother didn't start working until she had we was in Georgia, and I'm not talking about now on the different camp. She was working in people's houses.
Yes. Okay.
But now she got a real job. Before she died, it was in Homerville, Georgia. She got a good job at that time. And she was working at the place where they make Fords.
Fords, the vehicle.
And she was making good money at that time. But that didn't last for about a year and a half, and then her health just fell away.
What was wrong with her?
She died from an aneurysm to the brain. She had a stroke. And doctor said it comes from having children right behind one another.
For such a
Cause it didn't
young
give
age
her body time to
to heal.
heal. Mhm.
Mm.
Yep. Oh, you should. We had this long table. Daddy built a table, and I remember so good I could see it plain. Mama used to have us sitting down to the table. She'll go down the line. She'll put some in this one mouth, some in this one mouth. She took care of her children now.
Mm.
Now she took care of us now.
Did you feel like your mom and dad had a good relationship?
No, they ain't had no good relationship. Daddy had so many women. Mama didn't never go nowhere. She stayed right there with us.
Mm.
And we went to church on Sunday. Mama almost get in a fight with Daddy because we go to church.
So now, this is where I'm gonna put all your history into play. So the mere fact that, you know, between your age and what you knew back when you was young, what did you believe kept your mom from not leaving?
Because in those days, they really, truly, they stayed there with their husband. I don't care what they went through. They stayed there with their husband because they say when they made that vow, they didn't only make it to their husband, they made it to God too.
Mm.
And,
Did you ever hear your mom say anything like that?
oh yeah.
No. Okay.
Oh yeah. She always told us that. She said, now you marry this man, when you do your vows, you're not just doing it to him, you're doing it to God too.
Mm.
But she always say, don't live with a man if he gonna just beat you, And but Java didn't beat me. He hit me one time, but he hated he ever hit me that one time.
Oh.
He hated that because I sit his behind on that heater. He hated that now. But Mama was the type of person. She was a real good woman, but she was a Cherokee Indian. And long as you didn't make her mad, y'all was good.
Mm.
But once she got mad and went to talking some kind of talk, it was best for you to get from around her.
So having all those kids, did you feel like, she had good order amongst all of them, or did it seem like a little chaos?
With the children?
Yes.
No, all us, I'm telling you, we were just a one big happy family long as mother was living. But when mother died, it seemed like mama was the backbone of the family.
Yeah, she was the one backbone.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Cause everybody went to go in their separate ways.
So did it ever bother you or make you feel any type of way to hear your mom and your dad argue or anything like that?
Oh yeah. I couldn't stand to hear daddy fuss with mama. Cause mama didn't ever do nothing to make him fuss. He would just be done had it out with his girl outside, and when he get home, he would take it out on mama.
Mm.
That's the kind of dad I had. And my mama didn't drink, and he didn't like that. He wanted mama to drink with him, but mama didn't do alcohol.
No, she didn't.
Mama didn't drink. But that time when he got mad with mama and pulled that whiskey down mama's throat, now that made us mad. And we could have killed him, but we didn't.
Mm. Would y'all beat him up?
Yes.
Why did he pour whiskey down?
Cause she wouldn't drink no with him. She said, "No, I don't want that child. You gonna drink it?" She said, "No, I don't like stuff like that. You gonna drink it?" And he held her head back and he pulled it in her mouth.
Mm.
And when he did, and mother got strangled, he got his behind strangled.
Mm.
But mother was a sweet woman, and I tell you something else about mama too. Out of all of her children, she didn't show no favoritism in them. But before she died, though, now she told me these words. She said, "See, she said, I'm gonna leave you one day." She said, "But you the black sheep of the family." She said, "They ain't gonna never treat you good." And she sure told that the truth. They didn't never like me for some kind of reason.
Who is they?
My sisters.
Why you believe that?
Cause they ain't never had too much to do with me. My sisters ain't never had too much to do with me. They just really started calling me and checking on me after my sister Gusame passed.
Well, one thing that I will say, that just listening to your story, you know, sometimes we have a tendency to blame family for a lot of things, but it has been a lot of trauma that has happened to you all, and it's taking each and every one of you time to process.
Yeah.
You know, and I was going to ask you that specifically. At all the things that you have occurred, have there ever been a time like, so you're comfortable telling this story now?
Mm-hmm.
Have there ever been a time that you wouldn't tell this story?
Oh yeah. I wouldn't a bit more sit down with you talking about this 5 or 6 years ago for nothing in the world.
Like, what did you feel like that life experience done to you? What do you feel like it done to you at the time? Where like you feel like emotional anxiety, you know, now these days we call it like PTSD. We have dreams about it. You know, there's all types
I still dreams about it sometimes, but I go to psychiatrists. I go to a psychiatrist every 3 months. I take pills to cope with it. Cause it had got me to the place. I couldn't sleep.
So but I understand now this is you being in your 70s, but were you still on the same medication in your 20s?
Oh no.
30s?
No.
You know, so like in the 20s and 30s, how were you dealing with that? Did you dream about it? Did it bother you?
It didn't ever leave out of my head. I didn't take no medicine for it, but Miss Mary always prayed with me because I told her everything I had experienced, and she always prayed with me, and she always kept my head anointed, and that's what carried me through at that time. But it always stayed in my head, and see, I was the outcast because I told mother what was going on with each and every one of us girls. But I was the only one come forward. But I had 2 sisters that have children for a family member. But they didn't tell mother because I don't know why. Because I do know why. Because as long as you didn't tell mother what was going on, you had it made.
It's almost like keeping the peace.
Yeah.
You know, like if you told her, she would have been upset, then she would have approached dad, and her and dad, now your dad, your mom fighting back and forth and all that type of stuff.
Well, see, they fought it when I told her.
Yeah.
I mean,
and that's probably they seen that and said, I'm not going to say anything because it's going to cause more problems.
No, they didn't say anything because they got more than we did. If you didn't tell them what was going on, you were treated better than the other ones. And see that I was called. They had given me this name that you couldn't do or say nothing around me because I would tell mama. But to me, what was going on was really wrong, which it was wrong. You know.
Well, no one taught you it was wrong. You felt in your heart.
I felt in my heart it was wrong.
But am I right? No one taught you that.
No, didn't nobody taught me. I in my heart it was wrong because I always say, why would you want to do something like that to your own? You know, it was uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And why would you want to mess up your child life? And because you know that's demonstrating. I mean, it's do something to your mind.
Yeah.
And it makes you lose trust in other people's. And when you lose trust in other people, that's bad.
Yeah, just like you said, some of the things where you didn't want to leave your kids with anybody,
Mm-hmm.
you know, all that type of stuff.
And when my girls got big, you know, they used to ask us all the time, why you don't let your children come over here and play with our children? I didn't have to say anything. Giles told her, I don't want them in that.
Mm.
And Giles will say, I don't want to have to go to jail. You know, stuff like that. Because I had explained to him what had took place with me.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, well, if he did you like that, he'll do your children like that.
Yeah.
Which I already had that in my head that he would do it. And he didn't like me that much. Because when our house got burned down, he wouldn't even let me and Giles stay there overnight. He said he didn't have no room.
Oh. So you said you and your dad had a falling out.
Mm-hmm.
So after you and your dad had a falling out, what happened?
He put me out.
Put you out.
And then he didn't even have sense enough to know it. He was still paying for me somewhere to stay and paying for me my food.
And he put you out where?
Put me outdoors. He said I couldn't.
But like, okay, and then where were you staying at after you got put out? So
Mama found this boarding house for me, and it was a one room and a little old bitty kitchen. And Dad, he was paying for me to live there. He didn't even know it. Cause Mama would get money from the man they worked for, and Mama would bring that money and pay my bills and everything. He didn't even know it.
He never figured that out?
He didn't know why his bill was so high. Cause see, my daddy couldn't read and write neither. He didn't understand why his bill would be so high when he go up to the store. And Mama be done paid my bills and got my grocery. Cause I had Regina, and Mama had Regina out there with her. Mama kept Regina with her.
And Vonda was with you.
I hadn't had Vonda then, but I got pregnant with Vonda.
Okay. So, okay, so all that transpired. What moved you from Homerville, Georgia, back to Florella? You know, so we're back at Florella now.
That's when my dad's brother found Dad a house, and we lived over there on the Y.
Yes, down in Florella, Alabama. Everybody call it the Y.
Yeah. And we lived there, but I got a job. I had to get a job. And because I had Jeannie Vaughn, I had to take care of Jeannie Vaughn. Cause Daddy said he wasn't gonna buy him one can of milk. He didn't.
Did y'all when you was in Florella? Did you still live with your mom and dad?
Yeah, I lived with Mom and Dad.
With Gina
and Jeannie and Vaughn. But
how long did you stay with them?
I'm finna get to that.
Okay.
I lived with them when I left home. Gina was 4 years old and Vaughn was 2. And the way I left home then, Daddy had Jarvis Williams.
My uncle.
Your uncle.
Yes.
I was working at the factory. And he picked me up and carried me home because it was raining one day.
Who, Uncle Jarvis?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I didn't know, I just thought he was being nice to me. But, and then he went to coming over there. Then him and Daddy were talking everything. And Jarvis told Daddy, say, I sure like that girl right there. So that's a pretty yellow girl. Got some pretty hair. Daddy say, you want her? He said, yeah, I want her. Daddy said, well, you can have her. Give me $25. Daddy sold me to Giles for $25. When y'all used to hear Uncle Giles say he paid $25 for me, he was for real.
Well, I've never heard that.
You didn't? He didn't know that? He used to tell all of them that. Daddy sold me to Giles for $25. And the fun.
How'd you feel about that?
I cried. Mama cried. Because that wasn't right. Okay. But later on, I found out that's what happened to my other sisters what were married. Daddy sold them to their husbands. You know you ain't Gussie Mae. Yeah. Daddy sold her to her husband for a hog.
Mm.
You know, back then it was hard. It was. I mean, we
So
couldn't make our own choices.
no, it kind of sounded like as women,
Mm-hmm.
y'all was just like, you know, I don't want to use the word property, but just like, you know, goods, exchanging goods and services. You know?
Yeah.
You know, it was something to be paid for in exchange for some
Mm-hmm.
type of services. So, okay, so you sold to Uncle Jobs.
Mm-hmm.
You go with him. How did you feel like that relationship worked? You know, like when y'all first got together, did Uncle Jobs give you the flowers? You know,
when Jobs and I first got together, I just told him everything. I said, look, I was raped. And I said, look, and one of my family members had, tried to rape me. And I said, I don't really want to be with no man. Jobs say, I promise you I won't touch you or anything till you get ready. And me and Jobs was married June the 3rd. That was 1970.
1970.
And 1970.
Mm-hmm.
And we was married. Giles and I was married, about 6 months. He was sleeping in the bed with me, but he wouldn't touch me. The only thing he told me to do was just lay in his arms. He wouldn't touch me.
Mm.
But then when I married Giles, and I was telling him about my schooling, I said, I couldn't get no schooling. I said, I can't read, I can't write. I said, I can't read and spell, but I can write.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, we're going to do something about that. And so Giles called somebody there, the Campbells, the Campbells.
Campbell's?
CJ granddaddy. Von Ole's son's granddaddy. He was the principal, activity school in the Fernand. And Giles talked to him, told him that he wanted some of them to teach me how to do a little reading and writing, little reading and spelling. So that's how I got the little bit of reading and spelling I got. It's not great much, but it's enough to try. I can get by, with some things. That's why I thank God for my children.
So when Uncle Jarvis, I really want to capture that initial meet. Like when Uncle Jarvis came to Dad, $25. That exchange, that purchase. You pack your bags and you're gone.
Not right at that time.
Okay.
Because, John was staying with your grandma.
Okay.
But what happened, that old house was up in the field from Miss Mary, across from Miss Mary. After John was paid Dad at $25, I didn't know that was Jack McDaniel's house, but it was. So John told Jack what was going on. So Giles and Jeffrey, that's Jack's son, they had went up there, called themselves fixing their house up and putting me a little furniture.
So hold on. You said McDaniel, is that the guy that owned the farm close by to the house?
Jack McDaniel, where your Uncle Giles used to work for, drive the tractors and stuff.
Oh, I thought it was, because you know where the land at down in Lakewood. Talking about like right up the road is those people that still own that land up there, that farm. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, where that trail is up across the house, that used to be our old house.
Yes, way back in the back. Yes.
Giles and I was staying in there. Lisa, our grandma was staying down below us. Well, they fixed that old house up and put me some furniture and everything. And then what? It was about a year. Yeah, it was about a year. Then Giles come one Saturday evening and told Dad I come at my merchandise.
You come back for your merchandise.
And that's when Dad told me, you don't get nothing out of him but them two children. Oh, what did he say? You don't get nothing out of him but them two children. I couldn't get no clothes or nothing.
Oh, so you just Yourself and them kids. That's the only thing that your dad sent you with.
And I had bought Gina and Vaughn some milk. I got to carry the milk. They clothes. I carried their clothes. I couldn't carry nothing what was mine. But Job was loaded up, and Job didn't carry us right on out there. He carried us to the store. I didn't know what we were going to the store for, but now I just dealt with what to do. Job bought me so many clothes. I had plenty of clothes. And when I got out there and met Miss Mary, then Miss Mary gave me so much. And the house what we moved in, Miss Mary wouldn't let me go stay in that house. I stayed right there in the house with her. I sure did. I stayed right there. She kept me down there with them.
Mm. So you would say, how did you feel like the first 6 months to a year you and Uncle Java's relationship? Did you feel like, okay, I understand I didn't want to go, but this seemed
Yeah.
good.
We was talking one day. I said, you know what? I didn't like you. I didn't even love you. That's what I told y'all. I said, but God put me in this relationship because my life was much better. Now Jarvis had his fault now. He was something else.
Yeah.
But now he really provide for me and them children. And I didn't really have to worry about too much of nothing until Dee started coming in the picture. Then Jolly wasn't doing nothing for me, my child. He was doing for Dee and Mildred. So I had to still go to work again, and take care of me and my children. Because Jolly was working, but he was giving Mildred Cooper his money. And that one Saturday evening, I was telling Miss Mary about it. And Miss Mary put a stop to it right then.
So Uncle Jarvis had other kids already.
He had Dee before me and him married.
Oh, he had Dee.
And then, before me and him married, I had Darren.
What you mean?
I had Darren. Darren was staying out there with Miss Mary.
You had Darren, but Darren's through Uncle Jarvis, right?
Yeah.
Before y'all got married, Darren was born.
Darren was born in January, and I got married in June.
Oh, okay. And Uncle Jarvis had already had how many kids before?
He just had Dee.
He just had Dee. He had Dee and what's the name? I guess that it was always kind of confusing because it's like trying to understand, like, me growing up specifically, just like I just knew everybody else. These are all my cousins. Everybody's my cousin. But through blood, they're not really my cousin.
Right.
So Dee is my cousin, but she's not really my cousin.
Right. She your cousin.
No, she is.
Because that's your daddy's brother, child. John and David, them brothers.
Yeah, so Dee is my cousin.
Is your cousin.
So it was just LaVonda and Regina. Yeah, that was okay.
But the funniest thing.
But growing up, I really thought that you and Uncle Jarvis had Dee, Regina, LaVonda. I always believe that. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I think
because see, when me and John married, Gina and Vaughn was little old bitty children. And Miss Mary didn't never make no difference in children. I mean,
kids was kids.
Yeah. But you wasn't gonna mistreat them around her. And if she bought one of them something, she bought all of them something.
So you married Uncle Jarvis in 1970. So from 1970, you all have been together.
Yep. When Jarvis died, we were married 38 years.
38 years. And majority of your time was spent living where?
Lakewood. I lived in Lakewood from the time I married Jarvis until
from 1970 until y'all moved up out of Lakewood.
Well, until he died.
So when y'all was in Lakewood, what did you do you know, did you have to work any?
Oh
Or
yeah, I worked it. I worked it at the sewing factories in Florida, Alabama.
sewing factory? How long you work at a sewing factory?
Oh Lord, I worked at the sewing factory all the way until Darren graduated.
Mm.
When Darren graduated, then that sewing factory closed down, but it was one open in the Funiank. So I used to drive from Lakewood to the Funiank every day.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
And then what did Uncle Jarvis do for him?
Well, you know, he was farming for Mike Daniel with the cows and planting grass and peanuts, and he was making good money.
So he was working for the McDaniels.
Yeah.
But that's where he got his income from.
Yeah. And he, anything, you know, he didn't never have to rent nothing if we needed a good, decent car to go somewhere. He didn't never have to pay the rent now because, you know, they own that Chevrolet place in Florella.
No, I never knew that.
You didn't, the Mike Daniels did.
Mm-mm.
All them cars we used to come to Tallahassee and stuff on, they wasn't Javas. Javas just go there and get a car he wanted to use.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
And he lived right down the road from
Jack Mike Daniels?
Yeah, y'all live right down the road from
him. We lived in the back of them.
Yeah, cause like the way the house is, y'all were like
behind their house.
Mm-hmm. And then y'all moved down the road.
Yeah, we moved where we're at now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So that family in the McDaniels, they still have that land? They still?
Oh yeah, they have their land, but Jake dead, Billy dead, but the son and the mama still living. But they still own that land.
What's your relationship? Do you ever talk to them?
Family? Yeah, Jeffrey. Yeah, Jeffrey calls us, and when we go to down there to the land, he comes down there. Mm-hmm.
So he'll recognize you if you go.
Oh yeah, he know me. He know me good.
And that time spending in Lakewood was where you raised majority of your family.
I raised there all of my children there. All of them graduated right there in Paxton.
Darren graduated Paxton.
Gina, Vaughn, and Mary.
They all graduated Paxton.
Mm-hmm.
And so
I was in Lakewood 38 years.
And Paxton is that school that goes from pre-K all the way to 12th grade.
Mm-hmm.
Pre-K to 12th grade.
Didn't you go there?
Yes, I went there for a year. I went to Paxton for a year. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, talk the story out specifically, But so, how did they get back and forth to Paxton? Was it a
school bus?
A bus came out there, picked them up.
Mm-hmm. They read the bus
and went out there.
And guess what? They were the only blacks on the bus.
Only ones.
The only ones
at that
on
time.
The bus. Mm-hmm. But the children, it didn't. They fit it right in, I guess, because, that's all Darren ever been around. His friends was just white folks.
Yeah. So when you got down to Florella, Alabama, not Florella, it's really called Lakewood, Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
So
where Lakewood, Florida.
Lakewood, Florida, yes. Right on the line of Florella, Alabama. So would you say, during that time, we talking about 70s into the 80s, did you ever find it hard trying to raise your kids down there? Like people messing with your kids or nothing like that? But
no. I felt much better because where I was scared when I was at home.
From your hometown?
From
your hometown?
From with my mom and
dad? From Andalusia?
I'm talking about with my children's.
Yes.
I was scared when I was still living at home. Mm-hmm. I was scared to leave them because they were girls. And I knew what had happened to me. You. I was afraid, it would happen to them. And I didn't want them to experience that because that was...
So when you say it happened to you, but was there somebody that you was afraid of that it may happen to? Like...
Yes. I didn't want to leave them alone with
any of the boys.
Right.
That could have been me. That could have been Uncle Jarvis. That could have been all the boys. Specifically.
But I trusted Jarvis with my girls. I trusted you. I would have trusted you with my girls. But
No, you would still have some.
I wouldn't have had full trust in you now.
Yes,
because I'd have been self-conscious.
Yeah.
But I didn't trust him. I didn't trust my girls with my brothers and my dad.
Your brothers that you grew up with.
Mm-hmm.
Because you never know.
Never know. But my baby brother, now I trust him with him. Because he had girls of his own. And they never, he would keep my girls on weekends. And I would keep his girls on weekends. But from him on up, the boys and my dad, I wouldn't trust them.
So, so now we're necessarily in the 1970s. 1970s seemed like the time that you got with Uncle Jarvis, it seemed like life was a little bit more peaceful for you.
Oh, yeah.
Raise a family and all that stuff. Now, just being honest, you and Uncle Jarvis, your relationship, what was the best time that you can remember? That moment, what was that best moment that you can remember?
When I was married to him? Oh, I had good memories of Giles, even before we even got our own place when we were living with Miss Mary.
Because, like, some of the things you mentioned, like, you can tell, like, man, he took me in, cared for my kids. He bought you the clothes and like he laid out. Even though that, he may have said, I'm buying this woman for this amount of money. But it seemed like he just really wanted to be with you.
Yeah, he really wanted to be with me. Anybody could have told that. He really wanted me to be with me. But he was jealous of me now because he was 11 years older than I were.
Yeah. So when you was 15, so that means he had been like 20 something.
He was 23.
23.
And at that time, Miss Mary was very emotional because he was slipping around going with Mildred Cooper. That's Dee Dee's mother.
Yeah. He's just going back and forth. Juggling two women.
Yeah.
But this was all before marriage or during marriage?
During the marriage. After we married. She found out he had married me, and then she got upset with him. And then she told him, said, well, you're not married that helpful. So I'm going to see how good she is, like this. And she would call out there to Miss Mary to leave a message with Miss Mary to get to Giles. Then Miss Mary told Mary to say, you don't call him no more. My son is married. And her and Mildred, went back and forth. And then Miss Mary said, well, I tell you what happened. The best woman got the man. So Sia was the best woman, so you leave him alone. But that didn't stop it.
But one thing I would say as you telling the story, I do know, and I can also see like how some people be torn between you and Miss Mildred, right? But I guess throughout my lifetime, maybe just me, I'm just oblivious. But like, it just seemed like between you, Dee Dee, it's like Dee Dee and them always came around, and it seemed like it was no conflict.
I never had conflicts with them.
Yeah, it didn't seem like
I didn't have no kind of conflicts with them, cause I always said, well, he had that child for me and him married. I had 2 children for me and him married. So I didn't have no right to be married with him because he had a child before we married. And he shouldn't have had no right to be married with me because I had to. Because he knew I had 2 children before we married. But I didn't know he had an outside child until we did marry. He didn't ever tell me he had an outside child till we married. But it didn't make no difference with me. Because when I bought for mine, I bought for her. Although her mother would take the stuff and burn it up, she wouldn't let them. But
did Dee Dee ever stay with you?
Oh yeah, Dee Dee stayed with us. I'm the one started Dee Dee hair growing when Dee Dee didn't have no hair on her head. But I started keeping her hair washed, and and her hair started growing pretty. And then after Dita had all them children, all of them was out there with us.
Yeah, all of them. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
And then I used to work and keep Hasty, Lisa's mama, cause Lisa didn't know nothing about nothing like that. So I used to work, go home at 12 o'clock to make sure she done, trained her and everything, and feed her, and I go back to work.
So okay, I'm gonna transition. So I do want to learn a little bit about, from your perspective, of just there's this church down in Florilla, Alabama.
Oh, talking about
There's this church.
First Baptist.
Yes. What from your knowledge, what do you remember about First Baptist before it was what it is today?
Oh, it was a wooden church.
A wooden piece of church.
Wooden piece of church. It had it wasn't even as big as it is now. It was just a wooden church, and at that time, oh Lord, what is his name? Oh, what is his name? His name don't come to me right now, but Billy Armstrong was the preacher there.
Okay.
And it seemed like they wasn't making nothing. They were just going to church and going to church. But I remember when we joined the church, he was the preacher, he was the pastor there. But something about First Baptist drawed us to it. And we joined that church. And at that time, it had a rest of more of the members though. But at that time, it was just the peoples in there was all like, how would you say it?
Family oriented?
Now had their own little cliques. But when we joined the church, it seemed like the cliques died. And we always said they died because Java didn't take sides with them.
So when you went to that church, what was the first year that you can remember attending that church?
In 1970, I want to say in 75.
75?
No, it wasn't 75. Because in 75, we were living in Hitchcock.
Because
might have been the early 80s.
Mary born
Panama City.
77.
And right after Mary was born, we moved back up home. Mary was a year old. We moved.
But the starting of that church though, was it before Mary was born or after?
After
Mary was born.
Yeah, I say we joined that in about 79.
No, okay.
Yeah, about 79.
So to make the church what it is to now, how did y'all, secure the money to build the church? Or
what happened? Got rid of Billy Armstrong. He wasn't a pastor no more. Reverend Tillman took over the church
in 1970 something, in the 80s or whatever. Okay.
Yes, in 1980. And I remember good. We used to have them meetings at the church, and Pastor Tillman always said we got to get this church recognized because this is the oldest church was in Florilla, First Baptist. And I remember we started saving money. Every time one of us saved $100, Brother Tillman would put $300. He always put more than
what everybody else.
Him and Giles always put more than anybody else in the church. And finally, one weekend, Giles went to work with Mike. When Giles come off from work with Mike, then he called Reverend Tillman. Reverend Tillman come up there, and Jack Mike Daniel had get Giles $5,000 gone in for us to do the church. We didn't have to pay that. We didn't have to pay him that money back. He gave it to Giles for a tax write-off.
Mm.
And then we went to Montgomery. We found everything we needed. And so we started working on that church. And that church was completed. I don't want to tell a story because it's on the church. What year it was remodeled. It's on the church. But that's how First Baptist got like it is, in the shape it is now, under Brother Tillman leadership.
And I remember going to church with him.
You do?
Yeah. My first baptism was in that church.
Sure was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy. So. So what we're looking at now is what my aunt would describe as Adams Crossroads. It's this little intersection where she worked with Mr. Miller. And we're here actually filming the area where she knew where Mr. Miller lived at, which was the house that I'm going to show you in this video. And this is what the crossroad looks like now. So a lot of trees are grown over the area, a lot of old houses still here today, but I'm gonna kind of talk about the area a little bit as we go throughout this video. Go ahead.
Over there where you see those white buildings where the big trees,
Yes.
that's where we lived at.
That's where you stayed at.
That's where we
and this
stayed.
is where
Mr. Buddy stayed.
And he stayed over here. Okay.
We worked it for 25 cents a day.
Doing what?
Picking cotton, hoeing peanut, breaking corn, stacking peanuts. Oh boy.
So y'all did all of that for 25 cents?
25 cents a day.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. But that was big money.
It was?
Yeah, big money.
Okay. I agree with you.
Yeah, she might remember me.
she might do remember you. And what's your name again, sir?
Jesse Moore.
Jesse Moore?
Yep.
I have to ask
Well, I
my
back when we was living on over here, everybody used to call me Richard.
Richard.
Daddy's name was Jesse, so I got named that. And the song come out in '47. Open the door, Richard. Well, that stuck with me.
Oh wow.
So, yep. Had the old string latch where you pull it. Mama come in with 2 buckets of milk. Open the door, Richard. I could just get around it. I pull that string, let her in.
Oh wow.
Heck, back then they wasn't no goddamn screen doors or nothing. Just a door. Just like the windows.
How long you been living
I've been
here?
right here 35 years.
35 years?
Yep.
Ever since you left the military?
Yep, been right here. This whole country down here, my west is mine. I was raised here.
Okay.
Yep.
Ever since
I was born and raised right over yonder, born over here in the cotton patch over at Haycota.
Yes, sir.
Just down the road.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
And you said this property used to belong to
Miller Adams.
Miller Adams.
Miller. M-I-T-T-E-R.
Oh, Miller Adams.
Yep.
And was he related to you or
Just good friends.
good friends?
Used to cook right across over where the old well is. Yeah, I had a big barn over there. That was the cook shed.
Okay.
Cook a hog or a whole cow. Always had 2 or 3 cookouts a year.
Oh, okay.
Everybody knows it too.
And you said during that time, you said maybe my aunt stayed somewhere over in this location over here.
Or right down the road.
Or right down the road here.
There's a little house back off the woods back in there.
There's a little house back here? Oh,
but you can't see it. And now you can't even go in there. Got it posted.
oh, because all the bushes and stuff.
Done growed up with it.
Hmm.
And the
I got-
last people that lived in there, they messed that house up and started cooking up that burning dope in it.
Oh, wow.
So you got it. The whole house in mine would be torn down.
Mm.
You can't get that dope out of there.
Okay. As you walk into Mr. Miller's old house, Mr. Miller is no longer alive today, but this is the old resident where my aunt used to work for Mr. Miller. So, Mr. Miller no longer live here. There's another gentleman that now owns the place. And just so everybody is watching this video is understanding that the new owner of this video did give me permission to walk around and video and record. He was very respectful. I met him. He was here mowing the lawn. Walked up and talked to him about the land that my aunt, and he was very welcoming. Old Vietnam vet.
The Tyson.
Okay.
Charlie Tyson.
Yeah. And owns all these pines and all. He brought the paperwork. He's right on homestead.
Look at God. So you got this place for nothing. This I see this tree still bear good figs on it.
Yeah, we could just get some rain.
Yeah, that'll help
Shoot, if
it.
it ever started raining, oh, that'd be some figs right
It
here.
sure would.
When I moved here, that was a stump. Somebody had cut it off.
What?
I let it grow.
Oh my God.
That it. Got this one, I got one back here, then I started me another one. Now it's done got that top.
Are you serious?
Everything, as everybody says, whatever that old man plants, he's got a green thumb, it just takes off.
Well, do you mind if we walk around through
No.
Yeah, Miss Go ahead.
You wouldn't even know Miss Gilligan, she's died. And so somebody else has all the pretty flowers all around that house.
It ain't there now.
The house, all the pretty flowers, everything. They just cleaned it all out.
Wonder why they do that. That was a pretty place.
Inside the house, it was a mansion.
Yeah. But somebody else bought it.
Yep. Yep.
Oh my God. And up there, Mickey had built him out. That was Mickey's house over this way. And
This here was old man around.
yeah, this here was Mr. Miller place. We used to farm for him.
The other, right down the road, John D. Down.
Oh yeah. Well, let me ask you something. You know, right down. You know this next house right down here. That was Mr. That was Buddy's brother. That's where Tim them used to study, right? So
Now he's up in hospital. Yep.
Tim them. And just let the house go down.
No, somebody else bought it. And over here, Bay Carson's old place.
Yeah.
Somebody else bought that.
What?
Completely remodeled. Everything's changed right here.
Oh my God.
Look, I was born and raised right over there at the old sea place.
Now what's your name?
Jesse Moore.
Mr. Moore, yeah, I'm really pleased to meet you. I remember you.
I was a little fellow back
Yeah.
then. They called me Richard.
Richard.
Open the door, Richard.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, now,
Church knows to it.
oh, it is. What?
That's where I want to be put away at my life.
Okay.
I'm 78 years old.
And I'm 74.
Was this dad here now?
Yeah.
Thanks to the Army.
Oh, you was in the Army too. Oh, okay. Well, you remember Miss T.C.? That used to be her store, wasn't it?
Yep. Sister Moses, old school we call it.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. They all right down the road down there.
Oh, she lived back this way?
Yeah, she lived down just across the bridge on the left. Jimmy Ray's got that place, Nicky's brother.
Really?
Yeah, he inherited it.
Oh,
I think he said it's 40 acres.
Yeah, 40 acres.
And he has redone that house completely.
I
But
mean,
he's
look
got
different.
thieves around here.
Some things.
Yeah, we got somebody went in his house, stole all the furniture, everything. Maybe he had to repair it. New windows going on with it.
It's all right. Had a ring-a-tight washing machine, and this was her mother used to wash the clothes at right there. This was the back door, and we used to have to go in the back door. Mother fix our food and bring it right here, and we sitting in. And back there, we used to call that the what we called it at that time, that little shed right there. You put that on here, didn't you?
Yeah, I got one here and one yard, and added that over there.
Wow, but that's a blessing all of this will give to you.
Hey.
Nope, I've enjoyed myself out here for the last 35 years.
I know it's quiet and peace.
It would be if them truckers quit going in up there.
Oh, they
See.
building a road or something.
Well, they're working for the state. Following that line where they're building a road.
Oh,
Yes, sir. They knocked the fence down here and letting them go in and out this way, which they ain't even supposed to be on this dirt road.
no.
Because this dirt road been here longer than I have.
Oh, yeah.
That dirt road's over 100 years old.
Yeah, 'cause it was there when we was there.
Yeah,
We were
it
here.
was a mule wagon road. That
Yeah.
I've been up and down it many times.
A lot of clay was there down that way too.
Well, they did finally put some lime on it.
Oh, yeah.
Finally.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, over going back towards Lowe's Mill there. Now that hill used to be a spring in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you couldn't go up and down
Uh-uh. Is that spring still there?
No, it's trying to come back, but they did dig it out and poured rock and put that black cloth all over and got a French drain out to the ditches where the road don't get soft like it.
What you say?
They had to shoot, don't they? They just had to move that road.
Yeah, they had to move. I declare. And all you did is put your ramp down.
Yep. Yeah, a handicap. I cannot walk.
I believe you, 'cause when they get to fooling with your hips.
They put the wrong size hip in. Got the hollow. I knew where she was. When I go to farm, I'm about like 6:30 something.
You see that tractor right there? That was the first tractor they started using when they stopped using the mirror. 'Cause we used to have to walk and fly the
A
truck.
gallon of water at each end of the road.
So
Oh, wow.
Where you can get up under the shade tree. That's where you went and got your water. Not unless you had a spring, some of you can walk down there to get the old mules some water too.
And that was the first tractor
Yep.
they started using.
Now the old Eastern place over there, Rice's old place,
Uh-huh.
yeah, it's still over there. Hippie?
Yeah, hippie.
Now he passed away about a year ago.
Oh, really? What? Right, he was just.
Cancer.
What?
6 months ago. Cancer got him up. He went to Birmingham and that was it. 6 days later.
My God,
passed away.
6 days later. But he still was staying on him.
Heck out with my other brother. We stayed together.
Really?
Any other time, he'd be sitting out there right behind the truck right in that shade. That's striking a soda pop. I call them a cold beer.
Yeah, soda pop.
Yep.
You still like that beer?
Yep. Yep, I guarantee you this. When I get out and ride.
Mr. Miller, cause his dad,
Hold on.
Yep.
Say it again.
he remember when Mr. Buddy come up there and stole us from Mr. Miller. His daddy was with Mr. Buddy.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Hey, that's so.
Mm-hmm.
Well, back then everybody worked together.
Sure
There
was.
wasn't no such thing as blacks or whites. Everybody got to have some help. So everybody stuck together.
Mm-hmm.
Then we picked cotton. They ain't got one of these cotton pickers.
Oh
back there.
no, not with you. We went out that bag on our side
That sack
and the
drag.
sag.
Pick that cotton.
Mm.
Stack them peanuts.
Yeah. Oh, then we stacked a lot of
You
peanuts.
got it all right.
Oh, I hated that though,
Yep.
especially when it got up over your head.
My oldest brother, they was always seemed like the last one to catch it.
Yeah, yeah.
My brother was lot talking, which
And you remember Daddy used to set us a
Wow.
task and tell us
you
if he
probably
picked.
remember my oldest brother. We used to call him Peanut.
Yeah, well he died or
Yep,
something.
he's gone. He's laying right up there.
Oh my God.
Life's up there too.
Oh, both of them died.
Yep. Mother and daddy's gone. Jackie, my sister, she's still up. She moved to Lockhart,
Where about?
over in Lockhart.
Oh really?
Lockhart? That's where we headed to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then my brother, he was down south. He passed away working for Donald F. The foreman now. Then his wife turned around about a year later, passed away.
Mm.
Yeah, Mo Pickering,
Yeah.
that was my wife's daddy.
Mr. Mo was your wife? Get him some more.
I had to quit there one time, but I stayed quit about 6 years.
Then you
Okay.
started
And I
back.
stopped down at Roger Dawson's, my brother-in-law,
Mm-hmm.
welding that grain chutes with the
Mhm.
auger that corn up in there. He had a pin over it, and that stuff was about like paper. But I made a patch.
You made a patch on it?
I put it back together for him. No problem. I don't believe he can weld that stuff. Shoot, with no problem.
Hmm. So, and now we ain't got, it ain't nobody up on this end now to shoot the horses and.
No, nobody.
Mm.
Fella that bought Dave's old place, he had a fellow that come down and shoot his the other day. He wasn't from around here.
Mm.
Gets it, that one. There are about every 6 months he comes down there and trims his feet.
Mm.
Sometimes he puts the same shoes on.
I sure wish we had a brawler he could
Yep.
take a picture of, and you know the honeys.
Yep.
What's
Yeah.
up? You said a who?
A brawler. You
What
put
is
on
that?
Yeah, it's what you put the horse's
Horse
mule's mouth.
mouth.
It had a bit went in there where you pull it.
If
it
you
goes
want
where
to
you
turn
want.
right, turn to the right, you pull it, it go right.
Yep. Gee, ha.
Oh, back up him. Yeah, that's what it was.
You played with them and left them. They know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
When you said G, it turned because it didn't want that bit back down on that tongue, but it automatically it goes back to the right.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
You observing this, ain't you?
Yeah, it's good to know.
Well, I seen some old stuff a long time ago. I wish I'd have had the money then to bought what I did.
Mm.
But I had my wife passed away. Yep, that's when I got started.
That you took up that for your
Yep.
toys,
Yep.
huh?
Yep.
Well, I'm so glad you let us stop and get a capture on this.
Yes, I really do appreciate it.
I was talking about this place here last
Yes.
night, wasn't
Yeah, the old preacher, he used to live down the road down there.
I? Yeah, where he at?
He's over in Flowers View. I seen him about a couple, 2 or 3 years ago.
Presley?
Yeah.
He in
Yeah,
Flowersville?
He used to work with old Knitter right
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
He stopped by there with every once in a while. If he's out and see him, yeah, he's gonna stop. He always does.
He ain't got but one on.
That's all. He worked his life away on these farms. Right
Sure
there.
did.
Sure did.
We all did. Got to the place we couldn't even
That's a lot of my problems right there.
Mine too, these miles
I
on
was
these
born and
things.
raised right up there. Hey, coach.
Sure was.
Mama had me in the house. And about 2 weeks later, she went back out there, picking cotton, had me on that drag track.
That's the way they did. Put the baby on the site, putting the cotton in, drag that baby right along with it.
Oh wow.
There wasn't no bottle. It was breastfed.
Everything was breastfed.
Ain't no baby know what no baller was.
Not even that's cold on feed. You mash up peas or collard, mash it up, make it just like it.
Put some cornbread in that juice and
Yep.
fed them.
Yep.
And they wasn't no 3 and 4 months old neither. We started doing that early.
I reckon I got started doing that when I was 4 or 5 months. I was 4 or 5 years old. They put a hoe in my hand. Hurt me out.
Told you they started you out early.
Yep.
Cause I remember.
Now you don't have nobody even do nothing like that.
You remember them little short handler holes they used to make us? Cause we were little. They made us a handle in our hole about like this. But we were going down that cotton row, and we know not to cut down one of them stalks of cotton down, didn't we?
If it was too sharp, you reached out and pulled it.
That's right.
Don't you cut that cotton off. That's money.
That's money.
I know what I'm talking about. I've had a gallbladder put on me on a lot of
Ooh,
times.
don't mention that. Ooh, Lord.
Or a pastry.
Yeah, them Peachtree limbs,
Yeah. I know about it.
Well, we sure appreciate you letting us take this.
Say
We
that
found
again?
that tree. We found it over in the field out there. It was small, and Miss Lona, she said, "I want that tree right there at the back door." And we planted that tree. So that tree, I mean,
That tree right there. It's probably about 80, 90.
yeah.
Got it one time that left this away when the hurricane went on through. It turned around and believe it or not, it straightened back.
Look at them. My God, that's a
I said,
old
Lord, if
tree.
that son gonna fall over his house, I hope you can get out of it.
What'd you say? Hoping to get out of it.
That's right. But I ain't gonna have it like it's not like that's that right.
That was made out of that real lava stuff. Fat lava. That's what it was made out of.
But you remember there used to be a red house there.
Yeah, yeah.
It burnt.
Really?
The middle turned around, built this.
Oh.
Not out these woods. Everything is rough there. There ain't no store-bought stuff.
No, everything there is.
They nailed it together. Didn't know what it was to have a screw gun then.
No.
What about this house? Was this house built by hand?
Yeah. All of that is lava.
Every bit of that is that ladder.
Fat lava. That's
It
what
was
they
catch a
built that
fire.
out of.
You better hope you can get out of it.
So if it
It's
catch a
gonna-
fire, it's gonna go up.
You call it, what would you call it?
Fat
Fat
ladder.
lava.
Fat ladder?
Yep.
That's the type of wood?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we start fires with. Or especially in the house.
Okay.
You cut you some splinters and
You
start-
still use the fireplace,
Yep.
don't you?
Yep. Plan on using it till I die.
I know that's right. You don't got you still use a wooden stove?
Yeah, like the heater, the wood heater.
Yeah, wooden heater.
No, I got a electric gas electric. That far flex rider never had a farm in it.
Mm.
So I've been into it. No. Never been smoking.
Mm. Look at the chickens. How many chickens you got?
I imagine it's 35, 40.
This road so much, it was so cold to the ground froze. And our shoes had holes under the bottom. But Mama had cut a pasteboard box and put us a bottom. And all of this here was cotton. On both sides of the road was cotton. And I never will forget it. Right in here where the mules we were plying broke loose from the ply. And we got the worstest whooping it could be got. And we went on right home, and we used to walk across this field, all the way across the field, and go to Florella. Because it seems like it was fur, but at that time it wasn't fur, because we could go through the woods. And where you turn to go to Lakewood, there used to be a movie, drive-in theater, sitting right there. And we used to walk up there to to the movie. But Daddy couldn't know we went. If he knew we went, we got in trouble. With Mama, it was all right with Mama. But
Where's the house? Do you see the house?
see that tree right there leaning out? Our house was sitting right there.
All right, we gonna go up here by this tree.
Look like they could have done paved this road. Our house used to be right there. And you see that tree right down over there? They had dug a hole out and made us a swimming pool. And you see right over there, right down over there is where Red got his hand cut off at. Right down over there. And the house is right here.
And you said that from this area, y'all used to walk to Lockhart. So probably from here to where?
At that time we had a road. It was a road cut. Well, it wasn't a road we had
Come
made.
up a little bit.
It wasn't a road, but we had made us a road to go through there. So we always went down through there. And you couldn't drive through there if it rained. And I remember Junior and them used to, we go so far on the mule and wagon, then they tie them up. So when we got out of school, we walked back to the mule and wagon and come on home. Yep, it was so sad.
So about how far was the walk? What would y'all go to Lockhart for down that way?
We went down that way because there was only schools in this area.
Oh. And we're gonna drive to Lockhart now.
Yeah.
But y'all used to walk it.
Yeah. But at that time though, we didn't have to go to school if we didn't want to because it wasn't no law. But we wanted to go to school, but we couldn't go to school because we had to stay out and help Daddy farm. Everything you could see was nothing but cotton and peanuts, cotton and peanuts. And this thing now, from this, where that finger said, all the way down yonder, we would have to walk behind a mule climb, and the road couldn't be crooked. That road had to be straight. Dad would get on one end, and he'd look to make sure that road's straight. And yeah, we then, when the cotton come up, we had to do the same thing. Walk on that cotton.
But you say Uncle Red lost his?
Right over in there, right over in yonder.
In that empty field?
Yeah, but where them trees and stuff at, it was right over there.
So that's when he was chopping that wood.
Junior was chopping the wood, and he reached across there and was gonna pick it up, and the axe cut his hand. And his fingers did like this hand. But it wasn't on his hand, on his arm, but his fingers was steady moving. And I remember Junior put his hand in the crocosite and brought the hand back up. And they carried him to Geneva, but they couldn't sew it back on.
How long you think this road has been here, though? This dirt road? Has it always been?
It was a dirt road, but it wasn't like this. It was a dirt road, but it was wider than this, really. Now I can't 2 cars pass on it. Don't look like it to me.
Well, cars might have been smaller in the past. So.
Well, no, it was just mules and wagons.
Oh, mules and wagons that y'all used to use to go through here.
Yep.
Say that again?
Some of the plies and stuff, we used it right there. The ply up some, that's when the plies come in, you know. Down there where you see that red boxes sitting on that
So how did these get used, though?
Huh?
How did these get used? Like, was there like tractors pulling them, or?
They didn't get used very regular. They call it their hay baler.
Oh.
That thing right there is a hay baler. About five or 6 storage houses.
Who did?
Mickey Adams. And he brought them out here and he put them together. And he built his house out of that. It's very nice though. It's very nice on the inside. I mean, very nice. It's just sun. That's what they did. Huh? This ain't used to be a one little church, just a wooden church. But look at it now. It didn't have a steeple, but look, it got a nice steeple on it now. This what we used to say. This was just the, I could use that word. Yeah, white folks church. Black folks wasn't allowed to come in unless their master was up in there and he sent them to get something. And over here, well, none of this here. It was just that one little front building right there. And down yonder where that wooden tree looked like it ain't got no limbs on it. You see that tree down yonder?
All the way at the bottom.
Yeah, ain't got no limbs on it.
Mm-hmm.
It was we had made us a play little ground out there. We had our tires and cans and all of that built up back there. But
So you said this church specifically that y'all couldn't go to it?
But when Mickey and them wanted to play down there, then we could go down there with them.
Oh.
So this was just one little old room. One little old room. Wasn't none of that attached.
So in all this location over here, y'all used to walk
Oh yeah, from down there.
from here.
And it ain't nothing. It's a store right down there. We used to walk from up there to this store back there down on the road up here. But things were so cheap. We got like 5 cookies for a penny. We got our drinks wasn't nothing but 5 cents. It was very cheap then, so really spending money for it, but that was a heap of money though back then. A penny, you got a penny, you nursed onto that penny like it was a million.
So we are still driving.
Yeah.
And we're still driving from where y'all used to stay and going to the school.
Right.
So it's probably about what, a 10-minute drive. So you said y'all used to walk all the way down here. Well, with the mule or whatever.
We come so far with the mule now.
So, and what'd you say about your experience while y'all was walking? What did it feel like?
Oh, we was out of prison.
What you mean?
We didn't have to worry about picking cotton, hoeing cotton, stacking peanuts, breaking corn. That day was just a free day for us. And we were so excited.
When you say a free day, like the time that you're walking to school.
Oh yeah. We didn't have to worry about out there in that hot sun picking cotton and all that stuff. But we knew when we got back home, we knew what was finna take place. We knew what was finna take place at that time. And you know, right here where the drive-in theater used to be, where that concrete stuff at right there.
Yes.
It's inside the road right there. That's where the drive-in used to be right there. And that's the drive-in Daddy went to jail for. They say he burned it down. But he didn't do it. But he couldn't call them peoples a lie. If they said he did it, he had to say.
He went to jail?
Yeah, Daddy stayed in jail like 9 months. But we still were farming.
While he was in jail, y'all was taking care of the farm.
Yeah, we took care of the farm. This road is where, when I married, I stayed for 38 years. And it was all right with me because I was out of prison. I call it prison. Daddy had us so, I was just glad to leave home. And you'll see, it's peaceful out here. It's very peaceful and it's calm and you don't have nothing to do with what go on in Florida. You know, this is Florida. We in Florida now. We not in Alabama.
We like on the Florida-Alabama line.
Right. And that part didn't have nothing to do with us, what happened up there. And here in Lakewood, it was really nothing to do, but you know, it was something always to do because you still on the phone, like, but you didn't have post office and a store on your left right there. So you come on down till you take the first right, and that's the road we lived it on 38 years. But now it's paved. It used to be dirt.
They paved it. I remember growing up. This used to be
a dirt
Alpine road.
But now it's paved now, so that means we moved up. So all of this was just dirt road. When it rained, you slide and slip, and look at it now. It's just
got speed limit on here.
Yeah, 25 miles per hour speed limit. So hey, we doing good here in Lakewood now.
Well, they're doing.
They're doing good. Yeah, they're doing good. It used to be a big tree right there in the middle of the road, but see, they took that tree down. See, it used to be a big tree sitting right there, but they took it down. See, so now we got a great shot. But my husband used to farm all of this out here, stuff out here. He farmed that.
Who's your husband?
Jivers William.
Uncle Jarvis.
And he, Kai's was on both sides of the road. It was just real nice. And if you don't really know where the house was, you'll pass by. But I think after living there 38 years, I could go to where the house was all the time. But,
well, I only lived down here for a year, and I still remember where to stop, and I know where the house at. Once you live down here once, you don't forget it.
So it's gonna be right up here. Right here. This was it right here. We cleaned out up here for to go up the hill. You done passed the house spot. From that pole to the road. All the way down. All the way down to that other fence I showed you a while ago. It's mine. And up here was the first, when I married John, this was the first place we had ever lived it in. I was grown. But Jack McDaniel's son, he put him a trailer up here.
Do you remember what Jack McDaniel looked like if you saw him?
Oh yeah, you don't drive right through there. He don't care.
I ain't driving through there.
He don't care. Cause you gotta turn around. Cause you know Miss Lynn's and them used to stay down in that hole. But you know they sold all of this land to I forget the man's name. He bought it all. But
Come on.
But now this is our home used to sit right here. And our well, what we got water out is right in these bushes here. We cleaned it out one time, but that when you do it one time, you have to continue. But that well is right there, where you see those coverings. And this where the house set it over here. Right over here. Ooh. And it was a road right there to go up across the hill, but
so this land out here, at what year did y'all acquire this land, buy this land?
My husband,
Uncle Jarvis bought it this, because I know y'all got married in 1970.
yeah, but they bought this land in 1964.
1964. So y'all had this land since 1964.
Up until now.
And while 1970 you got married, you and Uncle Jarvis later on moved out here.
Right.
And what did Uncle Jarvis do for work?
Oh, he farmed it. He worked
Farm for who?
Jack McDaniel. They had cows and peanuts.
Where does Jack McDaniel stay?
Oh, he stayed back up that way, crossed up there.
On the other side.
On the other side, yeah. And right down in here was a branch.
So who own this land right now?
Right here.
This land. Who own this land?
Oh, the Williams.
Who's the Williams?
Lucie.
So you still own this land?
Yes. And I ain't finna get rid of it. I've been offered good money for it, but I ain't gonna get rid of it because I get thinking about what Giles' mother said, how much trouble they had getting this land, and at least we do have something.
But so when we talk about land here, I think about it too. It's a lot of land.
Yeah.
So
it's a lot of land.
So it ranges to that pole.
Mm-hmm.
That pole all through here.
Mm-hmm.
Through here.
Mm-hmm.
And deep back in those woods.
Deep back.
So if we're talking about owning land, but here's the thing though, and this is something that I'll ask. You know, we talking about family moving out here. We talking about family moving out here. Like, how do you get income here? How do you make money?
Well, right now, we're not making nothing now.
Well, I'm saying, like, if somebody was to come here, move on this land, what would you do for money in this area? How do you sustain an income? Somebody can come here, put something back here, but where do they work to sustain good income?
Oh, they were, if they didn't put cows or something out here in the raise or whatever, they would have to drive to like Crestview, the Funiac.
And how far is that? I know the Funiac is probably about
21 miles.
So that's about 30 minutes from here.
Mm-hmm. And Crestview is like about
45
minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So they would have to go out to work. But most of the people out here, they living off of their cows and they grow their own food.
Mm-hmm. So to acquire this land, you got to want to do some type of agriculture.
Yeah.
To really sustain. Mm-hmm. But like even with dealing with mules and cows, who do you sell your cows to? Who?
You have to carry them to the stock market when they have it.
Mm.
And a lot of folks buys your cows to breed their cows with you. So it's a good living out here, but you got to be able to do it.
Yeah. So what about right here? It says what? Child Lane.
Yeah.
So who stays up that road on Child Lane? You know anybody that stay up there?
Yeah, Jack Mike Daniels' son, Jeffrey Mike Daniels, stay up that way. And
so when you were small, the father stayed on this side, but now they moved up here.
The son have.
The son moved up that road, Child Lane. So he's living up there.
Yeah, that was matter of fact where he got his house. That was the first house I ever could say, look, this is my house. That's the first house I.
So you used to stay up there?
Oh yeah, in a wooden house. Mm-hmm.
So let's go up there.
Oh, okay.
out here. You said that's where Aunt Hasty used to stay?
Was the lenses. All of this here was the lenses. But they sold it.
Mm.
And but we used to have fun. We would walk from down there to over here to Miss Lenses. And child, you talking about it was hot. And all out here we used to pick blackberries. Oh boy, did we picked a lot of blackberries. And you used to go right on down this road and go right on out to the Sampson Highway. But they closed all that in because when this people bought this place, they didn't want you to drive through it.
And who's staying in this house now?
Jeffrey McDaniel.
Jeffrey McDaniel, Mr. McDaniel.
Yep. He bought him a little double wine and set it up here. Where that trailer sitting, that's the first, it was a house in there. It was a 2-bedroom house. It was very nice. But his son, Jeffrey McDaniel, that was their land, so he put him a trailer out here. And still right to
my sister's keeper.
Oh, well, okay, one more time.
We love each other,
Hold on.
and we are our sister's keeper.
Can you say your name?
My name is Georgia Gundrum.
I'm Bernita Tyson Goldsmith.
Lucie T. Williams.
And these are the sisters.
And I love my sisters.
I'm videoing, taping.
I am my sister's keeper. Remember that, David.
I thought you
All
said
right.
you could take a picture.
Sandra Bryant, the baby.
You want to start with me?
Mhm.
Okay. Hey, I'm Sandra Bryant. I'm the baby out of 20 kids, and I love my family.
Uncle Ray?
Well, I'm Johnny Tyson. I'm the oldest.
You the oldest.
I am the oldest, and I'm crazy about
Okay.
my family.
How you skip Nita?
We already
We
did.
already done those.
We already done.
I stayed there. I got pregnant at the age of 16. I had my baby when I turned 17. I worked when I was in Georgia in fence posters. I worked my full 9 months, and after I had my baby, my daddy moved me back to Alabama, and I've been here ever since. And I got married at the age of 17. I had 3 beautiful kids. I got 2 boys and a girl. I got 6 grandbabies. I got all girls and 1 grandson. I got divorced in 2017. I've been divorced ever since, and here I am. I'm just living my life as God gave it to me.
And how long?
What boy that?
On the
Yeah,
porch.
on the porch?
Look like me, he had
We lived here for 38 years.
38?
I was married and stayed in this house for 38 years.
38 years you've been right here.
Right here.
Ever since I was a child, I remember
Yeah.
coming here, you know,
Yeah.
being with you. Oh, and look who's coming right up at the same time.
But
Yeah.
I have enjoyed my life, and I wouldn't give it up for nothing in the world. I went through some hard times when I was younger, but it was stuff I couldn't control.
Yes, ma'am.
But God brought me through that, and I can look back now and see it didn't weaken me, but it made me stronger than what I was.
Come on, Auntie.
He doing a history on our family.
Nita, he doing a history on the family.
What about my family?
When you were growing
How
up,
you grew up?
I grew up right here on Central Y.
Where you were born?
I was born right here in Flow River, Alabama, on the hill up there. Miss Laura Grimm delivered me.
So just make sure we track it. All y'all sisters?
Yes.
Who the oldest?
Lucie.
Lucille.
Lucille, then
Bernita,
Then no,
It's
Lucille,
Lucille,
Lucille Bell, Betty
Shine.
Jean,
Betty
then me.
Jean, and then her, then me, and then Sandra Dean.
And then the
wow.
brothers is Red, Peter, and Buddy.
You know, I only met Uncle Red.
The one with the one
He
eye?
up
Hold
there,
on.
we gonna go by there.
Yeah.
He just got in the hospital. He been real sick.
Yeah, he was at death's door knocking there. Beep, beep,
Yeah.
beep, beep.
And they come in and told us this organ would transition. 2 days later, we kept praying and praying. 2 days later, that mother was sitting on the side of the bed saying he ready to go home. God is good. Nobody else, but I come back. But Florida is my home.
But you telling something about Georgia when you was in Georgia?
Oh, when I was in Georgia, that was hell. Hell on wheel.
What part of Georgia was it?
Homerville, Georgia.
Homerville, Georgia.
She
In,
never stayed home. She climbed out of windows.
in February of 1974, I lost my mom, and that was the worst day of my life. The worst day of my life. And hell just began.
Yeah.
I was left with 3 siblings besides myself. And I had to do for them and myself. I dropped out of school to make sure my other 3 siblings could stay together. And the whoopings that my daddy give me for the things I did do and the things I didn't do made me a better person today. It taught me how to stand on my own, be independent, and how to survive. But it was hell in Georgia. I'm not lying. It was hell.
So when you say you was left behind, you know, like
When I say I was left behind, all my other siblings was either over here or in Florida. And the only 2 oldest ones were left over there, girls, was me and Betty Jean. Betty Jean got married a month after my mama died. So that left me to be responsible for the other 3. I was 16, Buddy what, 14, she 12.
where was your dad at? When
He was
there.
just listen, my dad worked out of town in Panama City.
Okay.
So that means I had to be responsible for the other other siblings. Make sure they go to school, make sure we ate, make sure our clothes was right. Then I did something that I knew it was wrong, but then I asked God to forgive me. I slept with a married man and I got pregnant. And that's the only good thing come out of that. My baby, my son. I thank God for him. But I did ask God to forgive me for what I did to that lady, breaking up her home, because that was wrong. I had to work in fence posts, 7 and 8 months pregnant, to pay for my own child. My daddy told me I laid down and got him, and I would raise him, because he wasn't doing a damn thing for me, and he stuck to his word. If you got pregnant in my daddy's house, you faced the consequences. I was raised by a firm hand, by a man. When he
That's
said
true.
something, he meant it.
That's right.
I got pregnant. He said, this baby ain't gonna go liking for nothing, and you gonna work up until the day it was born. I got in labor that morning, had the baby that night. When the baby was 2 weeks old, I was right back in the fence post. We were cutting fence posts, 8, 6, and 9 foot fence posts and logs. That's how I raised my baby. But like I say, in Georgia was hell for me. But with I got shot in the leg by my baby brother, being hard here, messing with guns. We got a whooping for that. But everything Daddy whooped me for, and the things he didn't whoop me, the things that I did, he whooped me for. The things I didn't do, he whooped me for. But to add it all up together and blend it all up together, it made me a better person. Because like I say, it taught me to stand on my own 2 feet, be my own person, be independent, and take care of myself. It taught me to be a survivor. So I have no problem with my life. It just, I just had some rough spots. And then 78, December 22nd, God blessed me with a wonderful man. Had him for 37 years, give birth to 5 kids, but altogether we had 7. He struggled bowel cancer. He died on my baby's birthday, and the Steve's birthday. And David had surgery 2 days after Jarvis died for prostate cancer. He was a survivor for 10 years. But even through them 10 years, I still was happy. I got everything I want, never went liking for nothing. Me and my children had everything with them. And 10 years after that, the cancer come back. 2016, God called my husband home November 28th. But I have no regrets because God answered my prayer. I asked him not to let him suffer anymore. Heal him on this side or the other side. And I'm going to serve him no matter what. And he did just that. I had 37 beautiful years. I got years that a lot of us probably would never have. But I had a gorgeous marriage. I didn't suffer for nothing. I didn't struggle for nothing. And then 2024, March the 24th. Back it up. November of 2023. My baby started being sick. They cut out both sides of her legs for calcium. I moved to Georgia pretty much to take care of her. Then we stayed in Montgomery 29 days. Stayed in December the whole month. We come home in January. We was home for a few days. I went in the hospital on the 29th of January of this year for congestive heart failure and got out on my birthday, the 31st. She went back in on the 31st. My baby struggled. We all prayed. We was a bunch of prayer warriors. All I got to do is reach out to Deacon. Deacon reach out to the rest of them, and it goes from there. We're a bunch of prayer warriors. And we prayed. And my baby was like Job. She laid so long till the flesh fell on my bones. March the 4th, 2024. God called my baby home at 6:02 in the afternoon. But I'm grateful for that. I'm struggling with her death. I'm struggling trying to find a place to get used to not seeing her here, seeing her there, doing this or doing that. But overall, I'm grateful, I'm thankful, and I praise God for each and every day He blessed me with. That's my life. My life is raising kids, my kids and other folks' kids. That's my life. And taking care of old people. That's what I love to do. But I have no regrets. But if you get to be raised by a firm hand, I promise you, the jail cells and the prison camp will not be full of kids if you were raised by a firm hand.
That's true.
The state messed up when they took the rights away from the parent to discipline a child in the house. My daddy said, get up. If you didn't move, he'll knock you out with something. He didn't give a darn what it was. When you did something, he whooped you. It could be stinky cord, water hose, light, wire pole, or whatever. He'll pick it up and beat the crap out of you with it. And he'll tell you, call the police. I'm going to be beating you when the police get here. If they want to feed you, they can take you home with you. If I can't whip you behind and make you mine, you don't need to be in my house. That's what my daddy told me. But if we still had that law, and they take away this gun law, I would look 13 and 14 years old would not be going around killing up people. And the jail cell and the prison cells would not be full of our young, bright black men. Most all our young black men are locked up behind bars for stupidity and petty crime. The white man opened the door and they steps in. And once you steps in, you cannot get back out. Because I got a son that's living with me ever since 13 years old. And he's 43 now. Been in and out of the prison system ever since then. But see, they took away our rights. When you was coming up, David, didn't you get your butt whooped?
I sure did.
Grandma Mary whooped me and I was pregnant. I'm being honest. Grandma Mary, your grandmother,
My grandmother.
whooped me and I was pregnant. I didn't get hit in the on the butt or in the stomach, but she told my legs up. By not shedding some please. They went and picked them and she told me I had to shell them. And I didn't shell them. I sit there like I was grown. She come in with them 3 switches planted together. And Lord have mercy. But see, back in the day, we had it made. We could sleep with our doors unlocked. Didn't have to lock up nothing. And go anywhere we want to and come back. Everything we left would be in the same place. But now, if you can put a ball of spit, snuff spit on your porch and come back, it might be gone. Cause you know why? They want this quick dollar.
Quick, yeah, fast money.
And once the white man busts you on the streets, he take it to the evidence room, and before you know it, the same drugs that he bust you for, somebody else is selling them on the streets again. Drugs is killing up our people, our young black people, that they too ignorant to know it. And the white man is taking advantage of them, because once you become a ward of the state, they don't turn you loose. You theirs. That's why our young black men is there, instead of them out here standing up, fighting for their black women. That's why so many of our young black men is marrying white women. So many of our young black women's marrying white men. They think the grass is green on the other side. But at the end of the day, all of them are a little psycho in the head.
Because according to the Word of God, the Word of God said when a man findeth a woman, he findeth a good thing.
And a woman is a man's helpmate. She's not his
we
maid,
was put
she's
here
not his slave. He's
to
not
help
her
him.
maid. He's not her butler. And
we are to take care of the home as he works. When he get home, he's nothing a man should be able to
have
do
at
because
home
a woman
if
is
woman
there
ain't
to
working.
take care of it.
But today in this society, we got just as many independent women as we as men. But if you're in a relationship, you become as one. Everything in that house is equal. You do it equally. All the kids, you take care of them equally. Nothing, you don't hide nothing from her, and she don't hide nothing for you. But everybody gonna save for a rainy day. You might be doing something she's not pleased with, and she stick back a little money, so if that rainy day fall back, y'all still be okay. And that's okay. But don't be selfish. You gotta learn to love each other, talk about everything. I don't care what you're fussing and arguing about during the daytime, before you lay your head down at night to say goodnight. You need to discuss it, find a common denomination, and move on from it. You don't never need to go to bed mad with each other, not your spouse, you don't. Because guess what? God didn't say you were going to wake up next morning. He didn't say he was going to wake up next morning. So if you go to bed angry and stressed, then you didn't get an opportunity to tell that person that you love. I learned a lot in life. I watched Deke.
Like I said, that's something wasn't taught when we was coming up. We couldn't use that word love.
Love, that's right.
We
That's
wasn't
right.
taught love. We wasn't. None of us wasn't taught.
We
how to
wasn't
love.
even really shown love. If
We
you want to know the
wasn't-
truth, we wasn't shown love.
20 kids.
Love for us was us playing together, us just being together.
Yeah.
Just
Eating that-
existing together.
Yeah, just being with
It was
one
so
another
freaking many of us.
was enough love.
Daddy did his dirt on
And
this
I- and I
side.
look at
Mama
kids-
did her dirt.
I look at kids today. All they want to do is stay in the house, play games on TV, cell phone, walk the streets with their clothes hanging down. When we was growing up, we didn't have that opportunity. You got out, and when grown folks come to the house, the
got
children
out.
had to go outside. If a grown person in the house, if you needed to use the bathroom, you better go to that back door. You better not come through the front. When daddy, mama, friends left the home, that's the opportunity for you to go in the home. We didn't eat like these kids. Mama and daddy give you $50 and $60. You blow it on whatever you want. We had to work for what we got. We wasn't given anything.
Nope.
We had to earn our way.
Yep.
I remember going to school, getting out of school. We had to feed chickens, feed hogs, gather up corn for the next day, rake the yards, wash our own clothes, cook our own food.
Well, so let me ask a quick question though. So if you're talking about school, how far did you go along in school? Like
I
grade
went to the 10th grade.
10th grade. What about you?
12.
12th grade. So graduated.
I got married when I was 17. I
Got
was
married.
still in school.
The reason I did not graduate.
But then I got pregnant and I quit, went to a sewing factory, and I retired from a sewing factory.
Same sewing factory.
Yeah.
Yep,
Same sewing
same sewing factory.
The reason I did not graduate, somebody had reported my daddy in by leaving us in Georgia and him working in Panama City. And DCF got involved. And something had to be somebody grown there. By me being 18, I was considered grown. I had to get a job, drop out of school, get a job, make sure everything was clean, the house was, food was there. So when that social worker come in, she wouldn't separate me and my siblings. My education at that time wasn't important. It was to keep me and my siblings together.
Yeah.
Because
Fed.
it was three younger than me. And it was to me, it was more important for me to keep them together than for us to be separated. And this went on for about 2 or 3 years. Then I had my baby, and my family started.
Yeah.
So I just didn't never go back. It's my choice of going back. I still could go back now and get my GED. But I got so much other stuff going on, I couldn't concentrate.
Understand.
But I'm telling you, if everybody got their butt whooped, like we did when we was coming up, we wouldn't have all this shooting and killing and stealing and stuff. We wouldn't. Because guess what? If I went to Deke's house, you know him as Uncle Bull, Uncle Romaine, but I call him Deke. If I went to Deke's house and played and got in trouble, guess what? Deke mom and dad whooped my behind when they took me home. I got a whooping by my mom and dad for cutting up over there at his house. See, we got 4 whooping. We was raised by a village. The streets is raising our young people now.
Yeah.
But we was raised by a village. We wasn't never taught to hug on each other, to love on each other. It was work, get it done, do what you got to do to survive. That was our job.
So that's why I kind of get it. It was a lot more about survival than actually, you know, understanding how to love each other.
Yeah.
But you remember,
But we had a good life.
Yeah.
I mean, it was hard.
Listen. I would tell you, like, to me, it's educational purpose, but I would say, you three specifically, you know, all I can do is tell you from my time, my perspective. I don't have nothing ever bad to say about any one of you all. You know, y'all always.
Because we was always in your life.
Yeah.
We was auntie.
In a positive way.
Yeah, we was always auntie.
We was
always
raised
have
that
been
way.
auntie.
Yeah. So
Your dad had been Uncle David to me, and I've been auntie to you. And how that work, I don't know. But that always
Like Jarvis. Jarvis was my brother-in-law, but he was my daddy too.
okay.
When I was growing up, I never called Lucia. That was Big Mama. I stayed with Big Mama from the age of 10 to 15. And we lived in Weewall. I went to school in Weewall. I grew up with Regina, Lavonda, Mary Alice, Darren. We all had a home, and it was more like we were sisters and brothers instead of me being their auntie. Because Lucie was my mom. Jarvis was my dad. I remember staying in Weewall, and Jarvis beat me out of the bed one night, me and Regina, because we went to bed without washing dishes.
Mm-hmm.
And me getting mad with Jarvis gonna go in there and turn on the gas stove. The candle in the oven wouldn't light. So here I am with a match done struck it, and I burned all my eyelashes off, all the front end of my hair off, and Regina standing there screaming, "She's on fire, she's on fire." But during my lifetime, I can look back and say the things I went through and the stuff I had to go through, it didn't weaken me.
You made me strong.
It made me strong. I can take stuff now that I couldn't take back then.
Mm-hmm.
People talk about me back then, I would just sit up and cry. Talk all you want to now. I know who I am, and I know whom's I am. So it doesn't matter to me in life what people say about me or how they act.
And by Joe, that Jarvis is great uncle, right?
Yep.
Who's that?
Jarvis is your great uncle.
No, my uncle.
His
Your
uncle.
Okay, your uncle, he had a positive impact on everybody's life.
Yes, he did.
If it were church door open, we were there. We might have rode on the back of the truck. We might have rode on a van that didn't have no seats in it. You sat on bucket, but you was in church. On Wednesday night, that's where we was. And on Sundays, I don't care what you did, Daddy cook a big dinner, we get out of church, we go over there to somebody's softball field, we play softball. That's how we show love among each other. But you can't give love if you never were taught to love.
To love, that's
You
right.
see what I'm saying? You gotta be taught to love in order to love somebody else. But first and foremost, you gotta love God and love yourself before you can ever love anybody else. Jarvis was our spiritual motivation.
Mm-hmm.
My sister-in-law, Willie, your Uncle Red's wife, was the mother to everybody that didn't have a mother. If you needed a mother, needed a friend, you can go to Willie. Red's wife, Willie. She's my sister-in-law. But after my mama died, she became me, Georgia Man Dean, and Pastor Tyson, mother figure in our life. Because Dad, no matter what Daddy did to us, she would come get us and tell us, Dad, I don't care what you say. These children going with me. These children need to be in school. They don't need to be out there in the woods working. She made sure we had the things that my daddy couldn't afford to give us. His daddy didn't know nothing about teaching us about being no woman. There was so many of us, it was 20 of us. You imagine 20 kids in one house.
Mm.
You imagine that.
Like, and about how big was the house?
It wasn't big as the one I'm living in.
It was
So about 20 kids in the house.
Shotgun
big
house.
Shotgun house.
Just picture that, a shotgun house. You can open the front door and look all the way out through the back door.
Mm. Well, honestly, I didn't know what a shotgun
My
house.
That's the way
my
they
brothers slept 5 to a room.
But this is the way it did. My mama would take 2 of the oldest ones and 2 of the smallest ones and put them in a room, females, like that. And that's the way she did. She put 2 oldest ones with 2 youngest ones in a room. And it was 20 of us. But guess what? We had plenty to eat. We might have slept on top of each other. We might have slept on the floor. But overall, we growed up to be some beautiful black women.
Well, let me ask this question. So, Aunt Lucia talked about being in Georgia. What's it called?
Homerville.
Homerville. She said at that time that she did something like, what you call it?
Term time.
Term time.
Term
You
time.
want
Oh,
to
yeah,
tell you
we
what
did
it is?
that.
There's a bucket about this high
We
with
did
a handle
that.
on it, and it's a great big old 5-gallon drum. Okay, and what they do, they take a blade with a hook to it, pull this side of the tree and pull this side of the tree and spray it, and you never put a cup here, and during the winter time that sap will run out the tree, and then when comes summertime you go through there and you have a paddle.
So
You know.
all you did that?
Yes,
I
we
did it
all
too.
did it.
I did it too.
That's why I
Me
say
and my
growing
baby
up
brother,
wasn't
Pastor
easy.
Tyson, was so damn tiny in the time wood. We took the bucket together.
I remember my sister Johnny Mae got so tired of going to the woods, she laid down and let the muse run over her with the tam tam on.
with the drums and the gums
Who
and the
did
waves.
My sister Johnny Mae.
Andre Mom.
Andre's
Mom.
mom.
Andre Johnny Mae said she refused it to be worked like a man. That's what Johnny Mae said, and she didn't do it either. Betty Jean, Johnny Mae,
Was the only two.
and that was the only two that pretty much wasn't in the woods. Because Betty Jean mostly was the babysitter. We're doing the day through the work time. Johnny Mae was the cook. Johnny Mae was to make sure everything was doing, and Betty Jean was the babysitter. But the rest of us, this time of day, man, we done dipped us 4 or 5 barrels. We waiting on until it cooled off to go back at 2 or 3 more.
4 or 5 barrels. How long?
Drums.
Like,
5-gallon
but
drums.
how long does it take you to do about 4 or 5 drums?
Okay, but if me and Lucie
Well,
was doing
big
it
bucket,
together,
it took four and a half.
Yeah, but
bucket. Little bucket took eight and a half.
So me and Pastor Tyson did, since we were so little, we had the little bucket. So me and his 2 buckets make 1 bucket. Now you see what we're saying. So in other words, me and Pastor had to do about 6 buckets in order to have 4 buckets. But what we like, and then the older one would go behind us and finish it. But we pulled deer tongue, made money off of that. We picked blackberries, we picked blueberries, we picked strawberries, figs, whatever would make tobacco. I worked in the tobacco
Whatever
field
made an honest dollar, my daddy made us
and
do
during
it.
the summer, if we wasn't working in the woods, we was in a line like this.
So, but when you said
your
your dad made you do it, like,
Because
did all you get paid individually?
No,
No,
We didn't never
we didn't never see the money.
I was paid was the roof over our
Our
head,
head and food in our belly.
We didn't
That
never
was
see
our
no
pay.
money. We didn't never see
Our
no
daddy
that
got
was
the
our
money,
pay.
but we never got no pay. The only pay we got was you might every now and then come up with some new shoes if your shoes done, all the bottom
They
done
were
fell out of them.
programmed.
And then they were program
You had
shoes.
to work
They
in
were
them
who?
you wear 'em.
Program.
You know, combat
Like
boots like
combat
military
boots.
work
Yeah,
in,
yeah.
boots like that, or rubber boots like you work in the chicken plate.
Mm-hmm.
Them what she talking about. But what I'm saying, even though we did not get paid for that, and that was hard labor for men, it still taught us in the future how to survive and how to take care of ourselves. It taught us if you want something, go ask somebody for a job, or go offer, hey, I'm really in need. I really need some work. Go ask somebody, and I'm quite sure by us being elderly women, oh yeah, you pick up this paper and stuff out my yard right here and get my yard clean, I'll pay you to do it. But these young children won't go ask nobody for no job. They want to sit there, go online. This job, turn them down, go online. This job, turn them down, go online. Instead of getting up off of your behind, dressing decent, without your pants hanging down off your butt, without all your cleavage showing in the front, and go to a job and be presentable and get a job. They won't do that, but we was taught to do that. That's why I say this century of young people, I don't know where they come from. I'm telling you, 2024 brought in some hellfire children. They was already here, they just got worse as the laws passed. Our biggest problem is they want to take our rights away of being parents. You see what I'm saying? I can't. If I hit O'Shea, which he wouldn't do it, because he know what he gonna get. Cause one day he come in from school, I said, Shay, I'm having a rough day. Done had chemo, don't bother me. I'm in the kitchen cooking. She was over at my house. He kept on. I walked up to him and hard punched him and knocked him out on the sofa. She said he ain't breathing. I took his Medicaid card and threw it in the chest. I said, "Hung call the rescue squad. I don't give a damn." I'm serious. I done told you I'm having a hard day. So why you come in the house with your good crap and I done had chemo? And she started telling O'Shea, "O'Shea, your mama had a rough round of chemo today. Just chill out, man. Just chill out." But O'Shea is the type of baby, hug, kiss. If I'm sitting down, he want to sit in your lap. I'm serious. And he's 23 now. And he do the same thing now. Ask her what he did to me Sunday.
Sat in her lap.
Kiss and hug on me. And he always tell me this. Big B, I know you're not my mama, but I'm so grateful that you and Pawpaw got me and raised me. He said, I'm glad Pawpaw put the stove. He said, all them whoopings when I got was in school, Pawpaw taught me how to work. At the age of 7, this young was on the lawnmower. Age 13, he had bought his own ride lawnmower. Because David said, I'm not going to give it to you, but you can work for it. David took him to chicken houses, go mow people's yard, paint and stuff. And now, you know what? He gonna work. He might have to sleep every now and then between break, but he gonna work. Your cousin got an awesome job. He work in Panama City at Tender Air Force Base.
Who's that?
O'Shea.
O'Shea.
He's doing good. That's your cousin Marie's son.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm so grateful for Marie that she let me and David raise him. Because now he got 2 mamas. He go see her for 2 hours. He comes sit with me for 2 hours and he leave and go back to Panama City. And you can't ask for a better child than O'Shea. O'Shea better than the children that I gave birth to. Because it ain't going to be a day past that O'Shea ain't going to call. If he don't hear from me, he going to sneak up and surprise me. What you doing, Mom? What you doing, Mom? What you doing, Mom? And all my children loved O'Shea. And they looked at him as baby brother. And he always going to be baby brother.
Yeah. That's kind of environment that was promoted.
David whooped my baby so bad one time for sticking some candy cane up a white girl's nose and made a girl's nose bleed. David said, if you get suspended, I'm going to whoop you. My baby was literally walking up the damn dresser. And I walked in there and I draw the gun on my husband. Mm-hmm. I said, you hit him one more time and I'll kill you. He beat that baby for about 2 hours. He said, I'm going to teach you. Keep your hands to yourself. By the time Shay can get in the door and drop the books, it was already on and pop. Police wasn't gone. I told him, I said, if you hit my baby again, I'm going to have to kill you. I'm really going to have to kill you. Because he was beating my baby, hurting my baby. He was screaming out. Shay sit over in the corner. About 2 hours later, goes over there. Pawpaw, Pawpaw. David said, what you want with me, boy? I love you, Pawpaw. He literally went back and told David he loved David. After David done put this behind. Now, you know, but today, if I hit Jordan, my child, I'm going to jail for child abuse. If I beat my own, I'm going to jail for abuse. But back then, out there in Lakewood, that was home away from home, buddy.
What you say?
Home away from home. Lakewood, Florida. Highest point in Florida. Lakewood, Florida. Always going to be home. Fishing, gardening. Do whatever you
I
feel.
remember Jarvis had us stealing that white man corn and
Amen.
them field peas.
Amen.
And then gonna say, y'all better get in the car.
That's
Why
what
we
he
gotta
said.
get in the car, Jarvis? I don't know who filled in here, y'all.
We done
in.
picked the 4 or 5
We
buckets
done
for
stole them
everybody.
folks' corn.
He get to the car. Y'all going me, better come on. Well, we trying to finish this bucket. Y'all better get your ass in the car. We get in the car. Why you rushing us? I don't know who in the hell corn this is. I don't know who in the hell peas that is. But guess what? He fed me. He fed Lucie. He'll give Bull some if he wanted. He'll give everybody in the nation some.
Yeah.
You know what that sound like?
What?
Sound like the story of Robin Hood.
Yeah.
Steal from the rich and give to the
He
poor.
did.
He
He
do
did.
that. He did do that.
Yeah,
And
that's
I don't
what it
care
sound like.
what you had to do or where you had to go. And I don't care what Lucia had needed jobs to do. He was never too busy to put somebody else before him.
I remember him taking me to Pensacola. And I'm
Lucia
like, Jarvis, we got a flat tire. It'll make it to the doctor office.
He took me to Pensacola on a truck we call Hudley. I'm quite sure you remember Hudley. Old big wide
That
body
old green truck.
Oh,
down
green
here.
truck.
We had to stick the nail in it to shut the door.
But anyway, we had nails in it to hold the door. The gas tank had a hole in it. I'm wondering what we doing with all these 5-gallon buckets on the back of the truck.
Of gas.
Now,
He had gas on the back of the truck with a water hose from the one gas can running off into the gas tank. But he took me to Pensacola because I was pregnant in High Ridge. He took me to Pensacola off of 2 drums, come back, switched them out, and brought me back off of 2 drums. John was never too busy. And Deke, sitting right here, I give him his props. I ain't never asked Deke for anything that he couldn't do it for me. If he couldn't do it right then, he'll tell me, give me just a little time, so slow, I get it. Deke ain't never turned me down. When I needed a place to stay, when my son was being ignorant and throwing me out the door because I had cancer, you know where I stayed? My brother-in-law opened up his doors so I have a place to stay. He did. And he wasn't even married to my sister, but he was my brother-in-law. I didn't care what she said. I asked my brother-in-law. I needed a place to stay till I could get to dosing so I'd be where the chemo was. But then, look what happened to my son. Everything he did to me, it come back on him. He's serving 15 years. And I pray to God he be one of the ones that be pardoned next month. Because they're going to pardon. They going to pardon.
Which one?
David. They're going to pardon 175,000 inmates in the state of Florida. And I pray to God he be one of the ones that be pardoned. But I pray only if he gonna get out and do the right thing. Don't get out and sell these poison chemicals to other folks' kids. Don't do something to Lucie child that I don't want done to myself. You see what I'm saying? Little David is a mean, hateful child. He ungrateful. He very, very ungrateful. If he hurt me and I'm got cancer going through chemo, try to take my home, imagine what he'll do to you. You imagine. But you know, if he could get out and he gonna do the right thing, thank God, hallelujah, praise God. But why get out and do the same thing over and the white man gonna get you again?
Gonna get you back.
Don't make no sense. Give somebody else a chance if you ain't gonna do right.
Johnny Tyson.
Johnny Tyson. Why they call you? Hold on.
They call me Red. My name Johnny Tyson.
Oh, I never knew that.
You did?
But my birth name is Isaac Tyson. But I had to get all that changed because I never paid no Social Security nothing in Isaac. And I paid $1,900 to get all that changed. So.
And
now it's Johnny Tyson.
And you and Aunt Lucie are born in the same place?
I was born in Homeville, Georgia.
I was born in Lucie.
I was born in Homeville, Georgia, Clinch County, 1947, February the 4th.
So I did one. I never actually had an opportunity to ask like some of the older men in our family, but I do want to know, like, when you became older, like say like 15 to the 19 years old, like what did you do for like work?
Work. I work.
When you say work,
I came time, I fence posts, I logged, I poke wood, all that stuff. Chicken factory and bulldozing and crane and all that stuff.
So the first, what age?
I started work when I was 9 years old, playing a tractor.
Nah. Who taught you how to drive a tractor?
No, playing a tractor.
Who taught you how to drive it?
Me?
Oh.
That man left me across the bridge with his baby and told me I better bring that tractor. Yeah.
Wow.
Not myself. So I started work when I was 9 years old. My first paycheck, I was 13.
13.
Yeah.
And did you?
And I got hit in D-Land, Florida.
So you left home with
poultry farm.
Oh, okay. Did you like go to like any elementary schools, middle school,
Yeah,
high
I
school?
went to first grade, second grade in Lockhart.
In Lockhart. And the same thing, did y'all walk from?
Yeah, we had
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He thought I was lying.
Yes, sir.
So what was the name of the guy, the Millers?
Adam
Crossroad.
Yeah. To Lockhart, Alabama.
Oh, yeah. You thought I was lying.
And had to be there when the school bell rang. Yeah. Yeah.
So we left Adams Crossing and
like from Adam Crossing just to here, it seemed like it was almost like a 10, 15-minute drive.
It's 12 miles from Adam Cross Road to Florida.
And y'all used to cut through the
And,
field.
and it's 3 miles from here to Lockhart.
Okay.
That's 15 miles, huh?
That was our good free time, wasn't it, Red?
Yeah.
We thought
All
we
we
was out of prison.
done was played and
Go to school.
just go.
But Red, that was the time. That was our own me time. That's what we
Yeah,
called it,
that's
our
right.
me time. We
We
didn't.
lost ourselves.
Yeah.
Wasn't around the grown people.
And we were worried about putting no cotton sack on our shoulders that day.
Or no pitchfork in my hand. Yeah, throwing hay.
So how far along did you go to Lockhart? Did you graduate from Lockhart?
No. I quit school when I got to 3rd grade.
Me and him quit and
I had the farm.
that's what we
I
had.
couldn't go to school and work too.
Mhm.
Just quit, went to farming.
And see, back then, Daddy used to say working was more important. Ain't that what he
Yep,
said?
working more important than
In school.
education.
That's what he
And
used
if
to
you
say.
didn't work, you didn't eat.
You didn't eat.
So, you know I wasn't gonna
And
starve,
then,
so.
and then we did a lot of it so Mama wouldn't have to do it then because we didn't want Mama out there in that field.
Mama stayed in the heat and it made her sick, so.
What would you say your relationship was with mom and dad? Your mom, your dad?
Oh, my relationship with my mom was a good one.
She was sweet.
Real good. She was a sweet woman.
Daddy was here.
Dad?
My daddy was a zombie. Put my ass every time he looked at me. Cause I was doing something to get that ass whooping. I reckon. I was getting it. Yeah.
So boys wise, how many boys was it?
7.
7 boys? And what number are you?
13 girls.
What number are you to boys?
I'm 2, 3.
The second. Junior the first.
I'm the 4th one. Cleve the 1st one, Clem the 2nd one,
Yeah.
Junior the 3rd, and I'm the 4th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said you were born in 46, 1946?
47.
47.
Yeah, I'm 77 years old. Yeah.
Yeah, because she was telling me how it's just the idea of y'all walking from Lockhart back home, back and forth.
Yeah.
You know, but it seemed like y'all only did that for a couple of years until y'all was like,
Did it for a couple of years. Well, so anywhere you wanted to go back then, you walk. See, Adam, that drive, Tim and Jim drive-in was out here in this curve.
Going to Lakewood.
We wanted to go to the drive-in, and we had to walk from Adam Cross Road to Florida. And then the ball man, he'll cast home that night about 12, 1 o'clock. Because he'd be sitting the drive-in down. But every time we went to the drive-in, we walked. You didn't ride. No.
And like that man, I can't think his name, but you know, out there at Middle Crossroad, he told David about it. We did all that hard work for 25 cents a day, didn't we? But we didn't see the money.
And
Daddy got that.
And that where Jimmy, before he died, he did now because he got in the wreck-up and he died from a heart attack. But I cleaned that off with an ox and a plow. New ground.
Across that road where I showed you?
yes.
New ground. All that was did with an ox and a plow. And I was walking behind that sucker. Yeah, me and my brother.
But how long do you think it took you to plow it?
About 6 weeks.
About 6 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like all day thing.
All day and part of the night. Cause you did it with a flashlight. You had to apply at night too. Yeah.
Pile up a bunch of stuff and put a big bonfire out there in the middle of the field. And
So, Uncle Ray, I'm gonna get into something. Well, let me tell you this. Hold on. I want to ask this question. You know, we stopped by. We met Mr. Moore. You know, he go by the name Richard.
What was his name? More something.
Mr. Moore, he know Red. He know all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she was telling me like even at that time there was a church that was there that all the black kids couldn't go to the church.
That's right.
Was that still a thing, or did you see it, or did you?
I knew about it.
Live through it.
I lived through it. I lived through a dragging and hanging right here.
Is it something that you seen, or?
I leave right here.
Mm.
Nobody told me nothing. Right there where my sister Benita live at,
Yes.
it used to be a big oak tree right there.
Mm-hmm.
And before they paid this town right here, they drug a man behind I think it was 49-4. 49-4 pickup, drug him up and down these streets. And brought him back and hung him in that tree right around there. That was seen I leave right here.
Mm.
Ain't nobody had to tell me nothing.
About how old were you then?
I ain't know about how old I was then. I was 10 years old. Yeah, I remember. I remember stuff I don't really want to remember because it was too evil. Hello. I've been through a lot of evil stuff and I just don't even talk about it.
Mm. What, like, so how do you deal with it? If you don't talk about it, how did you
I
deal
pray
with it?
about it.
Pray about it?
When it hit me, I just pray. That's all I know to do is pray. Cause I ain't finna go to work and I ain't finna hunt nobody to talk to.
Mm.
No.
Did you even think there was an option that somebody could help you at that time?
No.
Or it just wasn't thought about
Couldn't nobody help me cause it was just
the way it was?
Just something happened. Yeah.
Mm. How many kids you got again?
I got 9 girls.
9 girls. No boys?
Not now.
No boys. It must have been rough.
Well, me and my first wife got a girl and 2 boys.
Okay.
My second wife raised 9 girls.
I just remember the 2.
In all, I got 12 kids.
12 total. Are they local still?
Yeah. In Peanut. Got one in Fort Walton and one in Luverne and one in Mobile. My first kids. But all me and my wife kids in Peanut.
Let me ask you, like, when you was born in Georgia, what made you and the family move from Georgia to here?
That's the way my daddy traveled.
Mm-hmm.
My daddy never stayed in one place long. No, he'll be here this week, and next week he'll move somewhere.
We ain't even have time to unpack.
That's right. Sometimes you wouldn't even unpack, just load up and go.
Mm.
But he will always.
He survived us now. We
Yeah.
had plenty to eat, cause
All them hoes. and
we
stuff.
never went hungry or nothing there. But he just always was on the move.
Well, all the time that you've been around, have you ever wanted to do anything else besides the tractor, the agriculture type life?
Oh yeah,
Like-
construction work, logging, pulp wood, and everything else.
But like besides that, is there something else that you want to do?
Construction work.
You just want to do construction work.
Yep, I had my own business right there in Fort Walton. 20 years of it.
Oh, you had your own business?
Yeah, in Fort Walton.
Mm.
You know where the Air Force Base at and everything?
Yes.
Down there, yeah.
Eglin, Herbert Field.
Herbert, yeah, all that.
Mm. So,
Yeah,
is it
I
still
used to
there?
build-
Or?
Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah.
I used to build I used to remodel like Navy Base in Pensacola and, you know, Mississippi, New Orleans. Every Air Force base I've been to it.
Well, I did want to ask this question. I don't think I ever asked this question. Uncle Ray, how'd you lose your arm?
My brother cut it off. I ain't scared to tell you out there. Yeah, I act like a fool and reached up and had a piece of wood and he hit it. Yeah.
Shouldn't look that phone in the red phone will never stop ringing.
The telemarketer, they trying to get you. Yeah. Well, let me ask you, do you know a lot about Uncle Jarvis? Do you like when
I've been knowing Jarvis. I know Jarvis before he passed. Before he passed now.
But like at what age do you remember?
I know Jarvis ever since I was about 9 years old.
Oh wow. You know how he lost his leg?
Yeah.
How did he
Shot
die?
it off. On a tractor. Went to get the shotgun and shoot that deer, shot his leg. Yeah, I know how he lost it. Sure do. And he drove the tractor all the way out the field bleeding like crazy. Yeah.
Hey. And I know he went to the hospital, didn't he?
Yeah.
well-
Yeah, they came to the hospital. His leg was gone.
At first, when they found him, they came right there to Florida
Florida.
Hospital.
And I had to leave Florida and came to Pensacola.
Cause this man, I forget his name, but it's a white dude laid on one side and Jarvis on the other. And they didn't have time to give him the blood like they should. They just had to
They
run
gave
it
him
out
blood
that man through
transfusion.
him.
Yeah.
Cause I remember the days of you two. Oh man, I always.
I've been
going back
knowing-
and forth.
I've been knowing Jarvis ever since we stayed at Stacey Adams, and that was
That's where Middle stole
That-
us from.
yeah, that was in 50s, 40s, 49, I think 50.
So you said 77 and now. 77. Let me ask you, just from a older man perspective to a younger man perspective, how would you say life was hard as a man growing up, or
Very, very hard.
like
No easy task nowhere. Everything was rough. Yep, everything was rough. No easy task.
not just work, just being able to navigate different towns, going different places?
You couldn't go different places. You couldn't go in places. You had to go to the back like a dog. They didn't like you in the front. Didn't like kids in stores or none of that stuff.
That's here.
Here or nowhere else, they did not like you in the store. Not no child. The grown folks go in there, the youngers couldn't. Yeah, I remember all that. It just, and I take life now as it is, cause it's just gonna be what it's gonna be.
When did you notice a significant change?
Well, when me, Martin Luther King, and Cicely Tyson and all us walked across that bridge.
Oh, you walked across the bridge too? Was it Pettus Bridge?
Yeah.
I forget the name of it, but Pettus Bridge.
Yeah.
So you walked across the bridge?
Sure, I was there when that guy got hit by that nightstick.
Oh wow.
Give him a cushion. Yeah.
Oh, are you talking
And the
about
police hit him for nothing.
you talking about the congressman
Yeah.
out of Georgia?
Yeah.
So what made you take that journey?
Cause you needed all the black support you could get. More than me took it. There's a whole bunch of us took that one. Yeah.
I never know that.
We walked from Selma to Montgomery.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like down here in Florella, Walton. Did you notice like racial tension? Was it?
It was a whole
Was
bunch
it
of
bad?
it. It was a whole bunch of it. Sure was. Couldn't walk outside unless you was a nigger this, nigger that.
Used to always call y'all that.
They always have called you nigger. And they ain't gonna change. All you do is cuss them out and keep going. That's what I do.
You ain't never had to get in no confrontation with a white guy, like fight a
How
white.
many damn fights I ain't been in with their ass?
Oh.
Shit. Hell, I whoop 4 damn head supervisors down on that base with a damn 2 or 4. Yeah. I'm a boss man. How you gonna fight me? I whoop their ass. Sure did. Right there waiting up for a base. Yeah. I ain't never took nothing off a white man. I black him. I just, It don't do to take it, because if you do, you're in trouble. Because they mistreat you one time, they gonna try it again.
And really, it ain't been too many years passed by, because when they first built this place here, couldn't even stay up here with white folks.
They would not allow a black person in here.
And where? Like
Where I live,
this
a
this
black
complex?
person couldn't come in this complex. No.
It ain't been too many years since they changed.
They started about 10 years ago, 9 years.
I'm serious.
Hold on, we ain't talking about 1960 or 70. You talking
They
about?
started about 8 or 9 years ago, because this place here been up over 13, 14 years.
They wouldn't let now black.
And black wasn't allowed up in here. They had a gate out there to keep you out.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't allow you to live and rent. Or nothing like that.
Oh no.
This is low income for other folks, but that was for the white.
Black person couldn't live in here. I remember that, yeah. And that project over there at the cemetery.
Yeah.
Didn't allow black in there.
Whites couldn't stay over there, couldn't live over there but white.
But white.
So,
But not black all over Florida. You go to that white man house right there, you looking at a black man right there. It just
is it something that they just say, you know what?
something though they got to live with.
Yeah.
They got to live with. Because if they can't live with it, they cannot get a grant or no kind from the state or none state.
That's no blacks. And believe it or not,
And a black man stand better chance right now than a white man if he decent and got respect and know stuff that that white man know.
So, because I guess that's what Lucie will be talking about. Just based on what you're saying is just what I hear. Is like, I keep hearing it from you all. Y'all didn't have the opportunity to go to school and get education and stuff like that. But Lucie always say, you know, yeah, stay in school, go get your education, you know. But
I have to.
And it's like you saying, it's like you have to go and know what they know.
You got to know what they know. And see, the way I learned mine is being around the people that my dad used to work for, and people used to come pick us up, and some of the white folks back then, they would teach you how to read and stuff at their house. See, that's where you learn that. You learn from them, you know. Yeah, I learned all my shit from watching. Listening and watching. That's why I learned everything I know right now.
It's quite interesting to hear it, but I just think it was amazing to hear that you went from Salem to Montgomery.
What?
Yeah, that's amazing.
From Selma to Montgomery?
Yeah.
Man, Wasn't nothing but a skip and a hop.
Mm.
That's what we used to call it, a skip
Yeah,
and a
hop,
hop.
skip, and a jump.
Yep.
That's what I was telling him.
Skip and a hop.
Now
All
it
you-
seems like from Middle Crossroad to here, now it seems like it's far.
Well-
but when we were walking it wasn't nowhere.
Back when we had to travel on feet, we played and cut food so much we didn't pay the time no attention.
The time went by fast. You just
Yeah.
you enjoyed the time.
Yeah. But like now, if you driving, seems like it take 25 or 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And see, we used to walk from Adam Crossroad to Sanford, Alabama.
I told him that too.
Mm.
I drove mule from Sanford, Alabama down to Lucie, Alabama with bales of cotton,
On mule.
mules and wagons.
So what, that was like about 15,
What?
16, or younger than that?
Just old enough to put my britches on, bent over and shit. My daddy had us out there early, baby.
Oh,
We used to sleep in the woods. When we hauling cotton, you catch feed for the mules, and you something to eat. And when dark comes, you take the mules loose from that wagon, tie 'em up, and you go to sleep off the road in the woods. All that used to be dirt.
Well, let me ask this question, and it's about to be very, very, very controversial. At any time, do you get frustrated? You know, like the idea of like having to deal with, you know, white people not allowing you to do this, not allowing to do it. Ever frustrate you? And you be like, man, I don't want to deal with them white people.
No.
Do you ever feel like they stopped you from achieving something else?
They cannot stop you from achieving nothing you want to.
Yeah.
That's just something you gonna do.
But if you like seeing things like the psychological image, the idea of like you seeing how that dude was dragged throughout the town and then hung up on the tree, it's like they got to stop somebody's.
Oh
What?
yeah, it put a lot of
It put a lot of people in respectful.
and it did a lot of stuff.
I call it respectful
Yeah.
because then people went to gradually associate.
Mm.
Yeah.
But it just didn't wasn't no need to calling the sheriff or nobody.
And everything working right with them.
Mm.
A black man didn't stand a chance with a cop or nobody else.
And if that white man wanted your wife to have sex with your wife, he just did it.
Yeah.
That was the thing too.
Yeah.
So like something like that with you, you know, how do you take to that?
I'd have shot that son bitch if I'd been my wife. That's what happened to him. Shit. Oh yeah. Me and you ain't willing to live together 40 years. And I never known to make no mistake in life. I made some. I made them damn big.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't ashamed to tell it. But she always been my wife. She never, and she loved everybody. At one time, she said about in life, she loved everybody, young and old. And anybody was welcome to the house. They could eat anytime they walk in the door, or they can get something to drink. She was always there for them. And if she could help you, she'll help you.
Well, let me ask you. Okay, this is probably the last question. If knowing that what you know now, if there was something that you like to, advice that you like to give us, younger people, your family, what would it be?
I give you the best advice I could. In any material thing that I got, any of you welcome to it. That's all I can do.
Mm.
Cause God take me out this world, something happen. My family, niece and nephews, sisters and brothers, cousins, all of them, they're gonna be able to enjoy something that I left him for them. Because can't nobody touch it unless I die.
Mm.
And just want somebody over it. And I know it ain't gonna be messed with.
Okay.
See, if I pass today in say 5 weeks from now, my daughter in Pensacola can go to the bank and get about $16 million. CDs.
You already got it set up for.
And every bit of it set up. It goes to my family.
Mm. How long ago did you set it up for your family?
96.
96.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
96. Yeah.
So what I'm hearing, that I should make sure that I got something preserved, put away.
Yeah.
For my family.
Make sure that you got something put away for your family.
Mm.
Because that's one thing, you don't never know when something gonna happen to them.
Yeah.
You never know. Make sure you got something put up for that wife and the kids. Your aunties, your cousins.
Mm-hmm.
Don't leave none of your family out. And one thing, you gotta love your whole family, not part of it. You got to care just as much for your second cousin as you do your first cousin. You got to love them, not care. You got to love them. Because I can promise you, you can look in that Bible here to tell you, thou shalt love one another. I ain't no careful in there. It's thou shalt love.
Mm.
And I love each and every one, black and white. And I tell them to the face. You might not want me to say it, but yeah, I love you.
But some of the things that me and Uncle Sil was talking about, like what if you like grew up in a time, like we talk about you all specifically, how do you grow up in a time that you wasn't really showed love? How do you learn to love? Like
Through
you wasn't
God.
showed it.
I learned love through God.
Okay.
When God saved my soul, touched my body, when I left that water, my whole soul and body was changed. That's when I got to loving people. Because I used to talk about them. I used to cuss them out and all that. I used to didn't care. But I can't do that now. I just can't do it. And I don't care what you do to me. That's your problem. You're going to pay for that one. I ain't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get mad about it. Because one thing about it, you got to repent for that yourself. I ain't got to repent for it. And you ain't gonna be on this earth forever. Sure you were born, sure you gonna die.
Guaranteed.
You come from dirt, and when you die, you're going back to dirt. When they say ash to ash, dust to dust, your ass going back to that dust. And so it don't bother me about what people do. No. I can live with anybody. Cause one thing about it, you ain't gonna use. You might try. But I never try to use me. And ain't nobody got to tell me. No, I don't play that. And like I said, I love everybody. I ain't never seen your kid. But I tell you what, if you around me, do not abuse them kids around me. Cause you do your ass in trouble. Yeah, I'm just serious.
Yeah, you ain't gonna tolerate it.
I will not tolerate nobody mistreating a child. Nobody. I reckon that's the reason all my grandkids run, because my girls, you sit them down and talk to them. The same way. They think they can just do anything because I don't allow all that abuse. You ain't been hit that baby around me now. No. Uh-uh. You know, if when a person manipulate or mistreat an elder person, that eats me up. You do not mistreat no elder person. You love them and you hold their hand and do what you can for them. You ain't supposed to mistreat them. I don't care if it's your auntie, your uncle, your cousin, or who. It could be like them folks over there, them white folks. I give them respect. They give me respect. Why not me give them respect?
Because a lot of times the respect, when the respect is
You
genuine.
you do respect when you give respect.
Like when it's genuine, it
Yeah.
normally comes back.
Yeah. It's always. So I just don't. Like all these white folks up here, I was gone 2 months. And they all got worried. Want to know what was going on. You know? What going on? Mr. Tyson not moving. No, he don't move in the hospital. Yeah, that's where he at. And when I come home, everybody was glad I come home. And that's the way it is when one of the yellow people go to the doctor, to the hospital. We always busy. We always busy. Yeah. And it's a girl right now, Wilma, right now where I used to live. Now her and my oldest girl went to school together. And she tell every one of them, said, Mr. Tyson, if he say he gonna do something, he gonna do it. And Mr. Tyson is an upstanding person, and he mean every word he say. And if he can do anything for you, he'll do it. Cause she had sat at my table and ate, slept in bed with them girls and stuff. Yeah. She lived right around there.
Tell me what you know about this church. This sign specifically, what it talks about.
Well, this church, we remodeled this church under the, this is First AB Baptist Church in Florilla, Alabama. And we remodeled this church in 1986 under the leadership of Pastor Clifford Tillman, and his deacons was Brother Jarvis Williams, Brother John Hewley, and them about the deacons I can remember.
Bye.